We'll make a... Thank you. Morena councillors, morena guests, we'll make a start with a karakia, please, Tame.
Please stand.
E te atua kaharawa koe nei mātou o pōnga e korokiko nei mua i tō haroharu. Te whakamoi me tiki a pēke e pā mai tō ringa ki runga i a mātou e pai nei. Arahi mātou i runga i te tika me te pono. Whakatōngi a tō wairua tapu ki roto ki tēnā o mātou i tēnei rangi me ngā rā kei te aramai. Ke kore mātou e kōtiti i roto i tēnei ao hurihuri. Ke tutuke i ngā moimoia mo te kōpuru māni o kirikiri roa me te riu o Waikato. Nei mātou whakawhetai rui te ingoa tō mātou kai whakawara. Mā ake rāke, pai mārere kia koutou. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome, councillors, and welcome to our guests in the room today. This is, in fact, apart from the LTP, which we'll spend some time on tomorrow and the day after, understatement. This is the last council meeting of the year, so it's good to see you all here today. Please note, first of all, are there any apologies? I don't know who's on Zoom or what. No apologies?
Yes, apologies for about 5:30 on council business.
Oh, okay. What, do you think we're going to be going at 5:30?
I suspect we are, but you've got an item which I'll explain later that I might be absent for, so you can bring, I suspect we'll be going till 6 or 7, but yeah, 5:30, thank you.
I very much doubt it. And we should have an eject button for people who jinx it, shouldn't we? I really think. Thanks, Mark.
Reverse jinx though, isn't it?
Yeah. You reverse curse. Thanks. Margaret. Yes, please, for part that.
We're about to talk about treatment from 2 to 3.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, everyone else, we're all in. So I'll move that the apologies be accepted. Councillor Deputy Mayor Taylor seconds that. All in favour? Opposed, carried. We are confirming the agenda as circulated.
Your Worship, I just have Madam Chair, sorry, I have a question. And it relates, before we confirm the agenda, to item 14, which is the Ward Street issue. On the 22nd of October, when the notice of motion was removed, you and I think the Chief Executive stated at the time that there would be further EM dialogue. I took that to mean an EM, elected member session. So I just want to clarify why this. I'm not arguing about the issue. I'm just, from a procedure point of view, I'm just wanting to clarify with yourself and Becca as to why this is back on the council agenda when I understood that there was to be an elected member session on this, the process.
We have had quite a bit of conversation on this, and so, look, I'm just going to democratically pay out the item this afternoon.
Well, with respect, and I say this respectfully, in Parliament you have Hansard. I've gone through the tape because you have the electronic record of that meeting. It was clearly stated that it would go to an elected members session and that there would be consultation. I, to the best of my knowledge, have not been part of that consultation. I also interpreted that there would be consultation with the Toti Trust. This is not about the end.
Yes, I understand
objective,
that.
But it's about a process.
I understand that. I think there has been a number of touch points for conversation, and I have had clear conversations with Toti. If there was an error to be made, was possibly putting that into writing following those conversations, but the right conversations have been had. Do you want to say anything else?
Well, can you just confirm whether or not an elected member session as promised was held? I don't recall
Well,
it personally.
elected member conversations were held. I can't recall it going to
Well-
an elected member Zoom meeting, if that's what you're referring
I'm
to.
going to say this with respect, and in no way, I'm actually going to vote against and have my vote recorded against item 14 being on this agenda in the light of the assurances that were given to a previous council meeting with regard to process.
Your Worship, could I ask a subsequent question about process? We have a council policy for changing street names, and my process request is whether this notice of motion and the subsequent recommendation within it has been run through that process for name changing.
We're in the middle of reviewing that process, and we're in the process of reviewing that street naming
But
policy.
it's still a policy until it gets reviewed, is it not?
Yeah, well, Lance can talk to that, but in its initial process, it was put through that.
Yeah, so back in 2017, the road naming process was followed.
That was to
So-
change the name
Yep.
to Dame Hilda Ross Place or whatever it was.
Yeah.
And which went through, and that was the decision. To change it back again
Yeah.
would require going through the process again, would it not?
No, so we've taken advice on this, and the advice is that this is a decision that council made to agree to change the name. The decision to continue with the current name, because that decision hasn't been enacted, is a decision to change the decision of council to revoke
Do
that
we have
decision.
do we have present that legal advice or the legal advisor today? Because
We do have legal
Yeah.
advice in a written form. Becca, would you like to talk to that?
it's legal advice that says to reverse a decision of council on a name change doesn't have to go through the name change process.
Correct, I've received legal advice to that effect.
I
So
guess
can-
we must have paid the lawyer enough.
I apologise, can you just speak up? I didn't hear that. Thank you.
I just said, yes, I can confirm we have received legal advice
Right, thank
to
you.
that effect, yes.
Jeff, do you want to say something? Did you want?
No, I was actually just going to raise a point of order. I think Councillor Dave's comment about paying the lawyers enough is a bit off, actually. I don't
Well,
think,
it's
I don't
true
think it's
that I don't
appropriate for
know
a
how much
council
we
meeting.
paid them, but if
Okay,
a lawyer says we don't have to follow council policy, then I guess we're paying them the right amount.
I'm satisfied with independent legal advice when I receive it.
So,
Thank
final question, if I may. I understood that the item was removed on the 20th of October purely to enact the ability of a discussion with elected members in a formal elected member session around process. Why, in effect, was it taken off the agenda then when, in fact, what I'm trying to see, what has actually changed between that moment of withdrawing this from the agenda and now?
With all due respect, I think that could be part of the questioning and debate for the item itself.
Okay, sure. Okay, as long as I have my
Am I-
process
is that not correct?
noted in the minutes that I oppose this item proceeding in this way.
Yes, that's fine. I'm just
Thank
getting
you.
the minutes from the last meeting
Sure.
just to check the resolution, but my understanding when I looked at it the other day was that it would come back to a future meeting of council.
Yes,
I
but
can't recall if there was any other comments.
to
but I'll
me,
double check.
and the issue I'm making, and I advise all members, look at the transcript of that meeting, and there was a clear assurance this was going to go, quote, offline and to an elected member session to discuss process, and I thought to engage with the Toti Trust. That was my very clear understanding as a result of very direct questions I asked the Chair at the time.
Okay, so some conversation has occurred with Toti Trust, and some conversation has happened at an elected member briefing, elected member level. I'd have to look into further when and how that's occurred, but I know that this has been a topic of conversation for some time, and I can't remember if it went into one of our Zoom meetings. But to be honest, not everybody's in the Zoom meetings all of the time.
Well, I'm just going to have, because I think there's an
Anyway,
important process question, and I'll just have my
Councillor Gallagher,
objection
you've
noted.
made your point,
Yep,
and you're
thank you.
voting against its
Thank you.
inclusion in the agenda. I think all other items for clarity can be sorted out in the debate. I'm in the hands of council as to whether they feel the same way. Ewan, this is just in respect to the agenda.
My question is to staff, if we are to revoke an existing decision of council Could I just have confirmation as to whether or not it's simply a majority or if it requires a higher percentage? And the second part of my question, have we followed the full process? I recall some 8 years ago, Becca, when I tried to revoke a decision of council's opinion was that it required quite an arduous process before it could be revoked. Could I have democracy's insight on that?
You can.
Yes, Councillor Wilson, I can confirm that the process under standing orders, point 24, has been followed with respect to this notice of motion. And I can confirm that it's a majority needed to revoke the motion, not a 75%. 75% is if you revoke something at the same meeting. So if it's the same meeting of council, you would need 75%, but because this is not the same meeting of council, it's just a majority under the current standing orders.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So do I have a mover for confirmation of the agenda? Councillor Bunting, Deputy Mayor Taylor, all in favour? Carried. So further discussion. Oh, so I did, yes, sorry. All in favour? All opposed?
Only on one specific item. If that's noted, I'm fine with the rest of it.
Okay, so opposed we've got Ewan, Dave, Martin?
On that item.
On that item, noted. Okay, so we'll proceed with the agenda. Please note, councillors, that today there will be Waikato Times photographers popping in to take those beautiful, attractive photos of us in isn't that right, Mike?
That's right, yes. Should be here shortly-ish.
So, it's a public meeting, so that's the way that goes. All right, let's get into declaration. Any declarations of interest, councillors? Any declarations of interest? Yep.
Sorry, item C2, and it's purely because of perception, so I'll take no part in item C2, confidential.
Okay, thank you very much.
It's a perception issue.
Accepted. We're not really in the agenda for confidential, but we'll note that now, so that's fine. Okay, so that brings us on to public forum. And we have a few here today. Do I have Steve Rowe? Yeah, yes. So, welcome. If I squint at you slightly strangely, it's my new glasses I'm getting used to.
Indeed. Fine.
You're speaking to item 14 on the agenda, I understand, the renaming of Ward Street.
That is correct. Kia ora, Mayor Paula and the members of the council. My name's Steve Rowe. I'm General Manager of Media Works Waikato, a business with an address at level 1248 Ward Street. Now, I'm here because I'm not in favour of the name change. I expressed that right at the beginning when there was a survey conducted by a member of the Hamilton City Council some time back. I did speak to a number of the businesses and offices at the time around the area. It was a bit like MMP. You couldn't find anyone who was in favour of it, but it seemed to get through an earlier council vote. My view on this is it fits into a category called nice to have, and I don't think there's a place for nice to haves this year. Businesses in Ward Street will have to incur some costs in changing websites, business cards, letterheads, possibly signage at their expense. Some of them have had a period of no trading during lockdown this year, and some of them have actually disappeared as businesses. Some of us, like at MediaWorks and Waikato, have had to lose 3 full-time and 1 part-time position this year. And I simply don't need any extra cost for something that I regard as isn't essential. I feel that if the council is spending time and money on this, I believe there's many more urgent needs it should be targeting. No disrespect to Hilda Ross, but she is already honoured in the city with a statue in the name of a retirement village. So it's going to be short and sweet today, but in summary, as a business resident in Ward Street, I'm opposed to the name change. Thank you.
Any questions for clarity? Maxine?
question with regard to the potential costs that you might incur. Have you done any investigation into what the total would be around that?
No, I haven't done a full one, but I know this costs, and I think any costs. If I felt there was a compelling reason to do it, I probably wouldn't have a problem. But I think given this year, and also my own view, and it's my view that it isn't essential, then I have an issue with spending any money on that, particularly when I've lost 3.5 staff this year.
And just to follow up from that, do you use a lot of printed material that shows your physical address?
Certainly not as much as we used to, but you've still got your websites. You've still got a lot of your marketing that happens. I know there's some businesses around, if I've got some signage they'll have to deal with. It just all adds up.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Steve. Oh,
Yeah, sure.
sorry. Apologies.
No, it's fine.
Councillor McPherson.
Yeah, no, actually, my question's been answered now, so Dave, it's all yours. Thanks. You're part of a national company, are you not?
Yes, we are.
Yeah. Is this their official position on the name, or is it just your personal view, or is it I'm trying to work out whether we're hearing from a company or...
No, you're not hearing from a company. No, it's not an official view coming from that. It's a view of, but it is the view of the person responsible for this region.
Okay. Do we know what the company's view is? The national radio?
No, you don't.
Okay.
Yeah, but they that's why they assign managers to run their places.
So the managers are quite independent of the company.
We have a certain amount of say in the matter. I've certainly let the regional manager know of my view on this. I certainly haven't had any kickback from that.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Forsyth.
My shine. Next time I get up, oh, sorry. Hello.
Sorry, just that.
Hi, thank you. Thank you for your submission this morning. I just have one question. Given that the Dame Hilda Ross statue is now sited closer to Victoria Street and not the original site of Ward Street, as far as my understanding goes, do you have any comments about the relevance of renaming Ward Street now while Dame Hilda Ross is located so far away?
I still see no compelling argument to change the name.
Okay, thank you.
So is that a yes or a no?
I
just wanted to know what's your feelings about Dame Hilda Ross being located near Victoria Street, and yet the proposed name changes for Ward Street, which is quite a different location. Do you have a comment about that, or you just don't want the street?
No, actually, I didn't have an opinion on where the statue was at. My opinion was on changing the name of Ward Street.
Okay, thank you. No further questions that I can see, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor Paula.
So do we have William from Ward Street Barbershop? Welcome, come forward, please. Hi, good morning.
Yep. Yeah, I'm William, and for the last 10 years, I've been working and running this barbershop on Ward Street. And which Richard has been there. And,
he takes no responsibility for how I look at the moment.
Because I feel them being there, and like it's called Ward Street Barbershop. It's been there for a long time, and changing the name of the street will have such huge impact on the business and costs, and how odd would be like called Ward Street Barbershop on Hilda Ross, and where is it? It's at the retirement village. Oh no, you know what I mean? It causes confusion, and yeah, so I vote against it. And
Thank you. Any questions for Mark? Councillor Bunting.
Thank you. Thank you for coming in. That's nerve-wracking. Almost as nerve-wracking as doing his here. Would you, when the name change thing came up first time, did you consider changing the name of the business? Did you?
I thought about it, and I've done a couple of quotes, and that's like been a couple of years ago, and the price was like, it would be like between $3,000 to $9,000 to change all the business card and street signs and signage, and you know what I mean? And yeah, so.
Okay. Thank you for coming.
And got me out of, been told yesterday about this meeting, you know, so I'm a bit like, not prepared, you know, I was just
You did fine.
saying what it is, and you know what I mean? And you know how it will affect the business, changing the name, and yeah.
Okay, understood.
Thanks, Wally.
Thank you. Margaret?
Thank you. I have the same question, actually. I'm sorry,
William from the...
I didn't get your name.
William.
William.
William, thanks, William. And I understand you've got a barber shop on Ward Street. So it's the same question I asked the previous speaker. Do you have an opinion or a view about renaming Ward Street now that Dame Hilda Ross is actually located much closer to Victoria Street?
Yeah, I'm against it, changing the name, because it will have such huge impact on the business, you know, and will cause confusion. And I think the reference point of regards Ward Street and changing the name, people be like, oh, where is it, Hilda Ross? Oh, is that Starbucks in town, outside, you know what I mean? And takes like probably generations to sort of get the name and change established, you know? And same like when they change Anzac Parade, you know, when it's now sort of, settled, but it's,
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Margaret. Thank you.
Thank you for coming in, William. I know this is the first time you've had to sit in front of us. It's a bit daunting, isn't it? But, but we're all friendly people despite our differences of opinion from time to time. So welcome. Thank you for
All
coming.
people that need haircuts.
No, not me. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Margaret. No stranger at all to council, having been a former mayor of this fine city. Welcome.
Kia ora tātou. And may you all have a happy and restful holiday season ahead, which we will eventually get to. I'm going to be brief, but I firstly want to point out that Friday I had no understanding whatsoever that I'd be sitting in front of you today. And for that reason, I'm on my own. Other members of TOTI were unable to be present for a variety of reasons, but I won't take up your time to explain that to you. I don't want to relitigate this issue today because I don't think it's appropriate that we do that in this forum. I am here just to take advantage of the offer of the public forum to explain where TOTI now sits. Firstly, Mayor Paula, with absolute respect, I think to suggest that we've been consulted is something I would have expected out of the White House in Donald Trump's times, not from you. The consultation that you refer to was in fact 2 brief phone calls. The first one was prior to the 22nd, when I raised with you my concerns that this matter had popped onto the agenda just a couple of days before the statue was going to be unveiled, and I felt that that was going to be deeply unfortunate for the council to have some publicity at that stage. And secondly, I left you a message and we had a very brief conversation yesterday. So I come to you today without knowing who were the people that had raised this issue, despite the fact that I'd asked this, because clearly TOTI works on the basis of consultation and discussion and especially conversations. And we would have very much liked to have talked to the 2 people that have come forward today to assure them that we actually think the benefits of renaming the street and the publicity that it will occur, and I'm not just talking about the Waikato Times, I'm talking about social media, we think would be advantageous. So what I want to do today is say we question seriously this process, because clearly you are the 3rd mayor and council that we have discussed this matter with. It's been going on since 2013 when the matter was first raised with the council. It was a previous council that unanimously agreed that Ward Street East should be the piece of street that was named from Hilda. We weren't talking statues, we were talking about appropriate ways to acknowledge a hugely important woman to the nation in a manner that would take her story into the future. In saying that, we would certainly still consider other options, but not in a forum like this, in a forum where there can be proper discussion, proper conversation. I then want to say, during the process when the street name was approved, we had waited until the council came up with a street renaming policy. We were happy to do that. When that street renaming policy was finally approved by the council, it was very clear that it was sensible, and the principal reason was where a street is disrupted, where a street is dissected. And of course it was 2013 when Centre Place and downtown were joined together and blocked off Ward Street. And one of the people that promoted the idea of changing Ward Street with us was the Australasian manager of Quest, because he had been told that there was concern their clients were trying to find them when they were up outside Girls' High School. The time has run out. We are very prepared to discuss this further with you, but you need to know we are as one in saying this is most inappropriate, that this matter has been addressed in this way, with no discussion with us, with no identification of either councillors, none of whom have talked with me, or members of the public, who were all given clearly the opportunity to object or put forward their ideas when council heard its formal hearing back on this matter. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Councillor Gallagher.
Thank you. I'm addressing you as a former mayor, also chair of as a Toti rep.
Was that a hint?
When you just repeat for us in terms of, because you mentioned in your written thing about Local Government Act obligations of consultation and due process, when you were advised first off that this item was initially on the agenda just prior to the unveiling of the Hilda Ross statue, and then it was lifted, what was your understanding of the process to be followed from there? And just remind us what consultation you've had since then.
Firstly, we were never advised the matter was on the agenda. It was, officially I'm talking about, it was a tip-off. And that, because all of the agendas are now available on the website, that's how we found out. And that's why I rang Mayor Paula. Yes, certainly, we understood that this matter would be referred back to some gathering where various viewpoints could be put forward and discussed and a conversation could be held. That has not occurred.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson. Just one quick
thanks,
question.
Mayor Paula. Margaret, acknowledge your significant and ongoing contribution to this great city. Margaret, with your years of experience in local government, how important do you feel that council is seen to follow its own robust processes?
Thanks, Councillor Ewan. I am reminded of surveys done by Local Government New Zealand, let alone numerous other bodies. And this is not something that's just applicable to New Zealand, it's a bit worldwide. There is a growing disenchantment with local government. There is a growing view that local government does not listen to the people. Of
Can we
course,
keep it to this topic, please, because we're almost...
Well, I'm answering the question.
We're over time.
I'm answering the question. Obviously, I am concerned. Proper process has been built up in democracies all around the world. It's also about justice and common sense and a regard for the people, so that one or two voices have to be heard within a group. Everybody must be given a chance to have their say.
Thank you. Councillor,
And my final question, Mayor
Yep,
Paul,
very
to
short
Margaret,
question
be
because
very
we're already over time.
And it's really just a one-word answer. Did Toti pay its fee, follow its process, gone and went through consultation, and did council approve the name change?
Absolutely. And if I may, in addition to that, as I've pointed out to the note that went to all councillors, a staff member was sent out after the time for objections or submissions was closed to seek further opinion because council staff were concerned at the lack of response. We felt that was okay, And remember, all councillors, we presented a significant body of 15 formal letters that was wide-ranging across the country and across the city in support of this.
Thank you. And the final question from Councillor Forsyth, please. Sorry, you're mute, Margaret.
Thank you. Margaret, can you remind me when the council unanimously agreed to rename Ward Street, please?
Do you mean when we first came to the council with the options?
I'm not sure, but you said in your opening that council unanimously agreed to rename Ward Street. I'm just trying to figure out what year that was.
I do need to pause because I know that Mark has been looking a little bit awry occasionally on that comment. It wasn't unanimous, just to put
Well,
it
no, I think the unanimous reference was in April, I think it was 2017, when we went to the council and said, we have this idea, we would like to acknowledge this woman, and here are some options. And the unanimity was over Ward Street as the options. Then we had to follow that up with the formal application process for the street renaming, which we did.
I'm just after when that unanimous decision was made.
I think it was April. It's in my report.
My next question is, when I was back on council up to 2016, there was a movement, there was, sorry about there's some distracting or some noise or talking going on, it's hard to concentrate or to hear. That my understanding was that the statue was going to be located on Ward Street, hence the renaming of Ward Street to Dame Hilda Ross. And there was just a direct alignment.
So we need to
Dame
get to the
Hilda Ross will
question.
be located in this area.
Margaret, we're
therefore it
getting
makes
into debate
absolute
here. Please.
But that part of the street is renamed as well.
So question?
Since then, for other reasons.
Oh, sorry, we can't hear anything at the moment because there's two.
Oh?
Sorry, Margaret. I
I'm-
didn't catch what she was saying or what you were
I just want you to get to the question because we're erring into debate. A quick question because we're over time. Can you just finish your question, please, Margaret?
The question is, why has there is an insistence to rename Ward Street when Dame Hilda Ross is not located on Ward Street? That was to me the selling point when you first brought Dame Hilda Ross statue idea to council and renaming a ward.
Okay, the question.
To me, there's a disconnect.
The question.
So what's the relevance?
Okay.
Please.
Question.
As I've set out in the memo that went to all councillors yesterday, and if you can refer to that, you will see quite clearly there were two separate applications. There is no connection between the two. As I've made the point, there's plenty of streets that are named that have no statues. There are plenty of statues that do not abut a street name. These were two separate applications and two attempts to restore Dame Hilda Ross to the stories of the city. No connection.
Thank you. I think we've got the question. We will hold over now, Councillor Forsyth, until debate because I think that can be explored a bit more in the debate phase. So we've now done questions for clarity in the public forum and we'll move to the next phase. Thanks.
Just a point of order, Councillor Pascoe had questions.
Sorry. Apologies.
Thank
Last
you,
one, though.
Chair. One question, and it relates, Margaret, to your submission about bringing Dame Hilda Ross back into the public mind. There's a cluster of streets in Fairfield named after cabinet ministers, and the Prime Minister of the National Government in the 1950s. And there is a Ross Crescent there, which my understanding is that was named after Hilda Ross.
Question, please.
Yeah. So is there, and that's not on your submission here, is there an opportunity that that street could be slightly renamed to Hilda Ross Crescent or Dame Hilda Ross Crescent rather than Ross Crescent?
This council can do anything it wants. I think the point that you make is a relevant one. We did recommend to the council when they were addressing their street naming policy that there should be clear provision for proper names. Because who is Ross? Do you believe anybody in Ross Crescent really knows that that name is named after Hilda Ross?
Okay, I think that answers the question, actually. We can. One tiny question, Councillor Van Oosten, out of fairness, and then we must move on to the next item.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for your indulgence, Margaret. Thank you for the material that you've provided with us and your fierce debate on the renaming. If not a road renaming, what other activities have you got planned to enhance the statue that now resides in Victoria Street on the corner in Garden Place?
We've been working with staff to develop a storyboard. And I remind councillors that the reason that story, which I pointed out in the brief, the reason the storyboard is not there is because we decided to do the statue installation very quickly in order to mark the 1919 legislation. And there was no time to actually develop the storyboard. So we're working with staff to get that up, and we've talked also with the CBD Central Business Association. An appropriate time would be March, which is International Women's Year. In doing that, International Women's Day, I'm sorry, that is when we had been discussing the actual street renaming.
Okay, so I think that answers the question.
Coinciding those two.
That does answer your question.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Margaret. Thank you for coming in. And we honestly appreciate your passion for retelling the stories of history in our city. Okay, last public speaker, please. Lauren Menjoy from Zoom, from on the Lime item, I think. And you're on Zoom, aren't you, Lauren?
Yes, I am.
No, did you want to speak?
Oh, I could say 2 words.
He had scratched himself in public forum, but look, I'll indulge you for a few sentences, please. Hello, welcome.
Yeah, good. I don't do well. I do many of these things. My involvement in this is that I did a substantial purchase on Ward Street a few months ago, and I got about 50 tenants. And all those tenants and on tenancy agreements, all that has to be legally changed with the lawyers, and got a bunch of stuff going. So it's going to be, I mean, we were talking about how much mail we get, and I don't think the cost will be exuberant, but it'll be a paperwork nightmare to change all that stuff. And I got a couple of big tenants that is tendering to take place in the CBD, and those tenants are going to bring a substantial amount of spending into the direct CBD, and we pitched it with the name Ward Street. The reason why is I didn't even know about this. I wasn't involved in the consultation process because obviously I wasn't even looking at doing this purchase before. So I found out about this about a couple of weeks ago, that the name is looking to be changed. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We won't take questions on that because I think we're fully expended on questions, but we will be debating it. And thank you very much for coming in. And we're very excited about the developments on Ward Street as well. Lauren, sorry, back to you on Zoom land.
Kia ora koutou katoa. I'm Lauren Medjots from Lime, and nice to see you all again. Apologies that I couldn't be there in person. I had hoped to, but thank you for allowing me to appear via Zoom. So I am going to be speaking about item 11, which is the proposed fee structure for personal hire devices. First of all, I want to thank you all for your support of micromobility in Hamilton and for your understanding about what's been a really difficult year for us and for many businesses in the city. We value being the first operator in Hamilton, and we really want to be in the city for some time. The report is asking you to endorse a per trip fee option of 13 cents per trip, per scooter trip. Lime as a business proposed 10 cents per trip as we did the numbers, and we proposed that number as the one that would allow us to provide the best possible service we can. And obviously 13 cents isn't too much more, but 10 cents makes it slightly easier as well. I acknowledge that having micromobility in the city does require resource from the council, and again I thank you for your support of micromobility in that regard. But micromobility also supports the city's transport goals, including access, reduced emissions and reduced congestion. And I'd also like to reiterate that Lime has invested significantly to come to the city. We hire staff, we hire a warehouse, and we've invested up front in our hardware as well. We've recently hired a second mechanic. Since we launched in the city last year, riders have taken nearly 340,000 trips. And we think that if by working together as part of this new fee structure, we can maximise those trips to get more people around to the places that they want to go, and also to generate more revenue for the council. So the revenue generation is not going to happen overnight. It does take time to change behaviour, but we believe that in the long run we can get there and we can create a sustainable business model and generate revenue for the council. In addition, today I just wanted to address our hardware. I have heard that there were some concerns about that in the city. I can assure you that our scooters are safe, and many people prefer them to the heavier, bulkier models that are found on the streets of Auckland and Wellington at the moment. We've recently launched the same scooters in Tauranga just last month as part of a 12-month trial, and we'll be launching them in the Hutt Valley this week. They also operate in Christchurch and in Dunedin, where they've been going for over 2 years and nearly 2 years, respectively. Unfortunately, in Hamilton, we're still seeing a really high rate of vandalism. So that's on average about 8 scooters per week are being destroyed, and that's a significant cost for our business. And until we can get that under control, we really can't afford to upgrade our fleet as much as we would like to. I'd really like to work with the council and with local police to see how we can solve this issue. We really want to. We want to be in Hamilton for a long time. We stand by the safety of our scooters. We look forward to working with you to provide a sustainable transport option for a long time to come. Thanks.
Thanks, Lauren. I have 3 questions. Councillor Bunting first.
Thank you. Hi, Lauren. Thank you. I used one of your scooters yesterday. Just about jarred my glasses off because we're notching the wheel, but I love Lime. I'll say that here and now. Thank you, and I love having you here. Research shows clearly from other cities in New Zealand that once you get a bigger wheel, the accident rate goes down. Is there a move, perhaps in the next iteration of Lime here or whoever it is, that we would have bigger wheels?
So as I said, we'd love to upgrade our fleet, but right now we're suffering from quite a high vandalism rate. So until then, we can't afford to upgrade the fleet. So we do have bigger scooters. I'd like to see the research. If you could share that, I would be grateful.
Sure. Auckland City Council, try that.
Okay, sorry, let's go into
Oh, sorry. One more quick question, if I might.
One, very good.
Help us out here. With the new, I want to see you succeed as well as everybody does, with the new fee structure, which I agree with. What it means for council is that we're only getting paid
question,
for...
not debate.
Yes,
question.
no, I'm trying to get to a point here. We're only getting paid for when those scooters are moving. How do other councils get around getting revenue from Lime for rental of street space when they're not moving and sitting on the footpath? Does that make sense?
Well, I'm not sure, but I can address it. So scooters, I think part of the issue is that we need to start looking at scooters as an actual transport option, whereas they have traditionally been regulated as a hot dog stand or a coffee cart. And that's not what they are. They are designed to get people from A to B to C and to move around, to help create a 20-minute city to help people get out of their cars. So I think the more that we can maximise that together, the more you will see revenue increase anyway. We have a lot of abilities within our systems to create parking areas and all kinds of things for when they are idle, but we don't want to have them idle. It doesn't do anybody any good to have idle scooters on the streets.
Right, we've got a couple more questions, just one good solid question each, and then we must move on. So Councillor Wilson first.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. Lauren, always nice to see you. Quick question. What is it about Hamilton that leads to the higher occurrence of vandalism?
I would love to have the answer to that. I don't know. But it's been about 50% higher than other markets consistently. I'm not entirely sure why that is. And that's why I say I would love to brainstorm with you how we can deal with it.
Okay, thank you. That question's been answered. Thank you, Lauren. Question now from Councillor Forsyth.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Lauren. And look, if you want a brainstorming opportunity, I'll be happy to join that group.
Speak up a bit, please, Margaret.
Question is, you described Dunedin, Christchurch, Tauranga, Wellington, Auckland, and I know we've had the information earlier, but where does the 13 cents per ride for Hamilton sit with the range of costs per ride for the other cities that you're now in, please?
So Tauranga has implemented a 15-cent per trip fee, but Tauranga has also implemented a policy whereby if it's too costly, they will review it. And at the moment, Tauranga is doing extremely well. It's still going through a hype period, so we will adjust. I know that Hamilton officers are in touch with Tauranga officers, so I'm sure they'll get that information. Wellington City is about to implement a fee of 11 cents per trip. And around the world, the fees range from about 5 cents to 10 cents. What we do find is that it allows operators and cities to work more in partnership to maximise rides rather than looking at it as a sort of a traditional permit fee model for an idle piece of furniture.
What about Tauranga and Dunedin and Christchurch?
Dunedin currently doesn't have any fees, and Christchurch has a per square metre fee. But Christchurch is a very different market from Hamilton. It's our largest market in the country, so it's a very successful market at this stage and always has been, just population-wise.
Thank you. I'll just move to the last question, Councillor McPherson.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. Thank you, Lauren. Relating to Councillor Bunty's question relating to wheel size and safety, the proposal is to continue the trial for another approximately 4 months. If the trial is reasonable from your point of view, would Lime be prepared to reconsider that situation with upgraded scooters for any future past the trial?
Yes, absolutely. We recognise that that's something that we have to do. We are a company that's always innovating. And we do have fleet. We just need to try and get our costs under control in Hamilton and see how we can solve the vandalism issue plus ridership. But yeah, that's definitely on the cards. So I can assure you, Councillor Bunting, that bigger wheels could soon be on the streets of Hamilton. But as I say, I will reiterate, many people like those 2.5s. They're a really nifty scooter. They're not as bulky or heavy as the other models. So.
Thank you very much. We're going to cut it off there because the questions have been answered. And thank you all to the... Oh, Maxine, you're squeaking in. Right, one tiny question. Thank you.
Tiny question.
Oh, and I won't do it again, I promise. Thank you, Lauren, for your presentation today. You talked about a review period built into Tauranga, and when we look at the Hamilton situation, the expiry of your trial here is March. Is that an adequate time for us to be able to look at a 13-cent implementation and the impact that it might have on business, and then for you to be able to present after that time frame for future time?
I think that would be the absolute minimum, but we would be grateful to give it a go.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thanks for the speakers for coming in. We do appreciate it. And we'll move now on to the agenda proper.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you very much, Lauren. We'll move to item 5, which is the confirmation of the council open minutes on the 26th of November. I will move, and Deputy Mayor Taylor seconds.
I'll second.
Oh, okay. Councillor Wilson will second. Are there any questions, comments, concerns, matters arising? There being none, I'll put it to a show of hands. All in favour? Are you in favour of the minutes, Martin? Martin?
Martin.
Thank you. And on Zoom? Yep. Thank you. Okay, so then we'll move to the next item, item number 6, which is the Chair's report, which I'll largely take as read, but because it is the last council meeting, I just want to lay down a few votes of thanks, even though we are going to LTP meetings tomorrow, so essentially. Just one thing you'll see in the recommendations is the Waikato Tainui Hamilton City Council co-governance. We talked about having an additional membership prior, so this is the follow-up from that. Want to thank Councillor Wilson for stepping in and being of assistance to the Environment Committee over the last few months, and it's been very helpful. I know that Margaret and Sarah have appreciated your input into matters such as nature in the city. And that's largely it. But look, I know that we've had really good council meetings. We've had things as we will today, we agree on together, and things that we disagree together. But I'm really thankful for the way that council's functioned, and we've largely played the issue and not the person, which I think will continue into tomorrow, I very much hope. And look, thank you to everyone, because I know that within your own portfolios, it would take me too long to thank everyone individually, but there's a lot of really good work going on under the chairmanship and deputy chairmanship of those portfolios. And I just want to also acknowledge the work that Councillor Gallagher has done on the City Honours process with Tracy Wood. That's been excellent work. And accordingly, it was a great pleasure to give out a Hamilton Medal to Bunny and John Mortimer this morning with that new honours system in place. And that's largely down to your work. So thank you very much, Councillor Gallagher. Okay, I'll go to questions, please. I have, hang on, let me just get the right. No discussions showing on my thing, by the way, Becca. Oh, it is now. Councillor McPherson was first.
Thanks. In relation to your 4th paragraph and Councillor Wilson's sterling work on the Environment Committee, can you confirm that the work in that area is somewhat of a road to Damascus experience for him?
I can't speak for Councillor Wilson. Thank you.
It's all right. I'll take it as a rhetorical question.
I do know that Councillor Wilson has very much enjoyed working with Sarah and Margaret on the environmental issues. So, Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. Look, this is actually just a quick comment, really. Given that it's the last meeting of the year and you've got your chair's report here, I just wanted to, I think it's appropriate to thank you for your inclusive leadership through this year, and you're absolutely right. I think we have got a team that plays the issue rather than the ball. No, the issue rather than the person, and long may that continue. So thank you for your hard work.
Thank you very much.
Just can I say, Bunny had this wonderful saying today that she was in the Whaiwhakariki doing, cleaning, and there was a young woman years ago that helped her, and they were pulling the weeds and doing the gardening. Little did she realise that one day that would be the mayor presenting her with a Hamilton Kirikura model. So if I can just add that touch from today.
Thank you. That was for me a very heartwarming moment too. Councillor Bunting.
Yes, I'm going to jump on the love train as well. And thank you for your leadership, Mayor Paula. We don't agree on everything, but we can, as I constantly say, disagree without being disagreeable. And I'd like to think that everyone around this table is all trying to make Hamilton the very best they possibly can. It's just we don't necessarily agree on the direction we take to get there, and that's the fun of this. And but I just want to pay a particular tribute to Councillor Gallagher for his mentorship over the last few months, in particular helping out with Kesh. But I also want to speak in favour of the way you've set up the committee structure, that pretty much everyone has something to do. And idle hands make light work. And I'm feeling that everyone seems to be much more involved this time round, so I'm really
I
enjoying
don't
it.
think that's the saying. Idle hands make light. Many hands make.
Idle.
Idle work is the.
Oh, okay.
idle
It's a
hands
mixed
work
metaphor. Yeah. All right. Well, a bird in the hand saves 9. Okay, let's just leave it at that. All right. Sorry about the mixed metaphor, but you get the idea.
Well, we did. We understood it
I
completely.
like your one, Peter.
Yeah. Thanks.
Councillor Forsyth. Councillor Forsyth.
Thank you. Thanks. Thank you. Look, I just wanted to reiterate the comments that have been made.
Sorry, you're very, very quiet.
Sorry, I'll speak up. Just reiterate the comments made by my colleagues so far, and extend a vote of thanks to you, Chair Paula, for your leadership in the way that you've managed to bring us all together and help us work so well as a team. And having been in many teams over many years, I have experienced many different styles of leadership, and I really appreciate the way that you're leading our team at the moment. Secondly, I do want to express my personal thanks. I've said so in the previous Chair's report, but I just want to say verbally thank you to Councillor Wilson for really stepping up to the plate and supporting me and Sarah through the Environment Committee work, particularly at a time where I was really struggling to just come to terms with my health, etc. So your input was really, really, really valuable, and I mean that from the bottom of my heart. And in the process, I really see that, well, I hope and take on the words that you've said about how much you've enjoyed, and hopefully learnt about the importance and the real foundation of our environment work. So thank you very much, Councillor Wilson. Cheers.
Thank you, everyone. I'll move that we receive the report and the 2 recommendations, B and C, and Deputy Mayor Taylor seconds. We'll show of hands, all in favour.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you. Thank you, councillors. That brings us on to the item number 7, which is the adoption of the Hamilton Gardens Management Plan. And just to note, this has been moved by Councillor Bunting and seconded by Councillor Gallagher, or was it the other way around? That's right. Just so you're aware. Thank you.
Kia ora, everyone. Just to reiterate that this process has been going for a long time. We've had 2 rounds of public engagement. There was considerable discussion at our deliberations report on the 17th of November at the Community Committee. And there was, as you'll see in point 6 of the executive summary, there was extensive recommendations for staff to go away and actually draft the final management plan based on the feedback we got through consultation and also the deliberations of council. So we're basically at the final point. Our recommendation is are in point 2 there, and the document in full, track changed and also untrack changed, along with the appropriate maps, or actually the spatial layout maps of the master plan, which goes into the management plan, are actually outlined in the attachments. Look, we'll leave it there. I think there's been quite a bit of discussion on this. Leanne and I, and Peter's here as well to answer any questions. I think if you approve this today, then it'll allow the Development Trust, the Friends of the Gardens and the PGG to actually, and staff and Peter and co to actually get on, notwithstanding the debate that we'll have over the next 2 days about how much of the tap you turn on or not around resourcing. So it's been a long time in gestation, and I think this is the final point, so happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Thank you. I don't see any questions, and that's... Oh, now we're going to have a question. Thank you, Dave.
Sorry. They're nice questions, though, Lance. Look, just looking at your land use plan there, And number 2, triangle number 2, the land use plan on page 689, sorry. It's the attachment 3. I just want to check, is that a new entrance, number 2, or it's not? It's the same entrance, but with a slightly reconfigured or something like that. Okay. And the other thing that has occurred to me seeing this diagram before is that all those car parks, or 3 of them at least, are on the sort of road side of the Common Drive side of the gardens. Is it planned for, say, extensive plantings and other things to screen them? Because one of the things that are gardens, if the first thing you see as you approach is a whole acres of car parks, sort of detracts from the image, perhaps.
I can speak for Peter in this regard, but feel free to chip in, Peter. His vision has always been about the experience from the point of arriving on site at the gate. So planting and everything else that we need to do to make sure that everything's visually congruent, if you like, with the theme and the atmosphere of the gardens is intended and mandated through this plan.
And Peter knows my feelings with my Dutch heritage, actually, and continue with tulips up there.
I'm not sure that that's an attraction or something else. Tulips, gosh.
It's just that we all want to see you tiptoeing through them.
So I'm thinking of elephants trampling, not tiptoeing. One last question. We have had discussions about public transport access. Is it envisaged the public transport goes in entrance 1 and comes out at 2, and along that sort of path along the middle? Is that set up for public transport? Is that the proposal?
That's correct. It's also set up so that if the bus were to reverse its trip at the roundabout and go back out gate 2, because it's going, it can do that as well.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Thank you very much. They were nice questions too. And I think the fact that there aren't any further questions is testimony to the great work that your team's done. So we will go into debate, starting with Councillor Bunting.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. I'm extremely happy to move this recommendation. It can't come soon enough. It's been a tough time for everybody, this one, but I stand by the decision. As Martin would say, not to be the rubber stamper in this one. I stand by the decision for us to go, whoops, let's look at that again. I stand by the strong and honest and sometimes awkward discussions we had as Virginia and I would walk through the gardens. I stand by the Friends of the Gardens and the wonderful Dr. Peter Sergel, who listened to the overwhelming groundswell of people who said, keep the Roto lawn. And come up, and he and the team came up with something, I believe, even better out of this, even better. It's going to be fantastic. But most importantly, I stand, and I'll be able to stand by the giant white gum tree on a sunny evening and admire my favourite place in the gardens, and probably one of my favourite places in the world, as it stands for so many Hamiltonians, as we discovered. I think we nearly got it wrong, but now I think we've got it so right. The lawn stays. The single entrance stays. And I remember standing up and saying no, and I'll never forget it. It was right out there, and it's one of the scariest moments of my political career, because I don't like upsetting the Friends of the Gardens, and they're really scary when they're staring down at you, because they're my friends too. I don't like putting staff in the awkward position of having to go back and start again, but it was the right thing to do. And I'll never forget, and this is, stick with me here, after COVID, and I've told as many people who will listen to this, is that I cannot think of another community that would have the wherewithal, the courage and the bravery to do something like we did with COVID in the food kitchen. I think we're showing that sort of bravery here, going, oops, we got it wrong, let's get it right, let's make it better. I'm extremely proud to be part of a council who really listens to the community and is brave enough to question itself and do the right thing by that community. So as Clint Eastwood said in that very average movie, Gran Torino, get off my lawn. Thank you.
Councillor McPherson, would you like to follow that?
I'm going to make a nice speech about Councillor Bunting, but after that last quote, I'm not so sure. Look, I do want to thank everyone involved, Friends of the Gardens, the staff at the Gardens, Peter, and and Councillor Bunting for the good way the re-look has been handled, because often it causes big fights on councils when we re-look at something, and we've got, I think, item 14 coming up in that area. But in this one, it looked like there could be a massive brawl, and there were public petitions and radio interviews and all sorts of things, and it hasn't worked out like that. I know how worried Councillor Bunting was when he was appointed chair of the community committee, and we gleefully reminded him that this was going to be under his watch and started calling it the Bunty Memorial Gardens. But it hasn't turned out like that, and I think that's a credit to everyone who was willing to have a second look at it. And that part's important sometimes on council to do that, to take a greater number of people. There are still critics, and there always will be, but I noticed one of the recent critics was over the process. Well, I think the process has worked quite well in the end, the process of re-looking, and you know, it's not as quick as we would like, but it's a better outcome. So thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Councillor Forsyth.
Thank you. I'm sorry I was a bit slow off the mark. I had some questions, but I'll just brush over them. I just want to make comment really about a couple of things. I noticed in the strategic partners that the Friends of the Gardens, neither Friends of the Gardens nor Hamilton Gardens Development Trust were mentioned, so I'm just hoping that that's where they're actually included along with Māori and museum and other strategic partners. I really like the way that reference is made to historic places and historic sites from not only a Māori point of view but from a non-Māori point of view as well. And I note the old commercial nursery that operated on site in 1914. I hope when we come to our interpretive signage and our storytelling that we really make the most of including all aspects of that history down there, and not just Māori past sites and Māori significant sites as well. I'm really glad to see reference to river views where they don't. River views don't compromise river stability. I think that's a key part of the success of the gardens, not only the gardens as such, but our whole river corridor, and just making the most of opening up where we can and acknowledging our great river. I really like the 5 strategies to develop any economic benefit from the improvement of the gardens but I really wish that we would hurry up with a high-quality cafe or restaurant in that space, because as the gardens become more and more popular, I really feel like the existing cafe is just under-resourced and it just can't cope. I like the idea of food trucks or ice cream trucks being able to come in and take up and assist during really busy times. It would be really nice to have some local ice cream in there, not just
So Margaret, when you move your head around, sometimes your sound is dropping out. So sorry about that. You have to speak nice and bold speaking, please. Okay. As you're moving, it's cutting in and out. Thanks.
Well, I'm not quite sure what to do about that. I would like to make one more note, and it was going to be a question just around the tree planting strategy. I think that it's really important that tree planting work is tied up with any other existing tree planting work that's going on in council. I would not like to see the tree planting at the Hamilton Gardens to be in isolation. I think it needs to be wrapped up, tallied, counted, costs, etc., included with other parts of the organisation, as I've said, whether it's around our biodiversity plan or our tree strategy plan, or even our parks and gardens and street tree planting. Okay. So I'd like to see that part of the Hamilton Gardens
Thank you. We're over time now, Margaret, so just last sentence, please.
yeah, just making note really of the things that we say we're going to do, that I really hope that we step forward and do them more quickly than sometimes we do. But on the whole, really pleased that we've got this thus far with this plan, and really looking forward to having it brought into action. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments, Martin?
Yeah, very quickly, Councillor Bunting, Chair, and I acknowledge the Chair of Communities' oversight on this whole process in terms of his portfolio. I just want to obviously join in the shout out for the friends, for the various funders, and particularly for the Dr. Sergel and the total staff team. I had a walking there the other day, actually, in the open part, you know, the rhododendron lawn and the part in front of that. So there's a mix of that theme garden, wall gardens with the open space, and it was lovely chatting to dedicated professionals and people having a vocation, and we should, I think, treasure the whole team. I really did value the hearings process and the passion and the sincerity which people came before us. And if I may, I want to do a shout out to my good friend and former Deputy Mayor, sometimes role model Dave, Pippa Mahood, in a sense that she advised us of you know, the bridge and the opportunity, and reminded us of the great opportunity of the Glenview Greenscape, which a visionary council, which Dave Mack was on, I think Angela was on, in purchasing that green space. Finally, you know, we reflect on history, and I do, Leanne, want to perhaps pursue, as we evolve, the detail of having the plaque or the boards, the descriptive boards, that actually even acknowledges the visionary council, you know, Rod Braithwaite, Dennis Rogers, Mrs. Braithwaite, Deputy Mayor, you know, that group who actually, when it was the city tip, had the vision. And I think it's so important that we always remind current and future generations that you only enjoy stuff because a previous lot had an incredible vision. Thank you.
Thank you. Tempting as it is to weigh into that debate. Oh, I've got to come to right reply, sorry. I'm not going to spend too many words on it because it has been said. Thank you, Mark, for your leadership in the review, and Lance and team. Thank you to the Hamilton Gardens, all the people who've been involved, who took it on the chin really and realised we had to think just differently about a very small part of the plan, because overall it's been fabulous. So we've done it together. We had a little bump in the road, but we've gone over it, and onwards. The big challenge, of course, comes in over the next period of time into how far and how fast we can support the gardens development through the long-term plan and beyond. But thank you very much, everyone. Thank you for your hard work. Mark?
No, just to say thank you. That's all.
Oh, that was the shortest writer reply ever.
Probably my best one.
Thank you, everyone. We'll go to voting on the board, except for Zoom, which will hands up, or your little hand up, or whatever. Having issues? Let's go show of hands, all in favour.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you, councillors. We're going to take till past as a short break.
For the district plan committee.
Oh,
Just put another speaker up here.
From Blair for my
I don't know how that works. Okay, we'll make a start so that we can not be here to the time that Martin would like us to be here to, because that would be quite late. Let's go to item 8, which is the deliberation and approval report for trading in public places. Welcome.
Are we on there? Yes, excellent. Good morning, councillors. I will take the report as read on the trading in public places, but I will just make one note with regard to the staff recommendation 3B5. I threw something in just to see if you were awake there. At a previous discussion, elected members discussed changing the fee structure for the personal hire devices, as Lauren also discussed when she was speaking. We identified that this would require a change to the public places policy, and so we thought that, seeing as we were already bringing public places policy to you, we would toss in that extra little change just at the same time, save it coming back to you at a later date. So this is a minor amendment just to enable the change in fee structure as discussed with Lime. Calvin will also be talking on this. I think it's item 11 that comes up later. The fee structure is discussed in more detail there, but this is just the policy change related to that. So other than that, I will take the report as read.
Thank you. Questions, Councillor Hamilton?
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Sandra. The report looks really good. Just to clarify for me, if I have missed it, with the option of just having a food truck at events, what fees do they pay, and does it provide some equity to the bricks and mortar resistance?
I will have to ask Calvin for what the cost is. Here we go, Isaac. I knew you'd have to come up eventually.
Good morning, councillors. Fee structure is $120 per year for a food truck.
And this is assuming that they'll only operate at events?
That's for a food truck. That's the current fee structure for a mobile shop food truck wherever they operate.
And so this that we approved today, that would stay the same?
Yes, because whatever you approve today, that doesn't preclude that food truck from operating anywhere outside. So if they can go to one of the suburbs and set up, they could, but they will still need to have a permit in any event.
So we're not actually addressing that issue of equity from the bricks and mortar resistance was about, hey, we pay rent and mortgage and rates and all this, but these guys just rock up and do that.
The equity part is around where you decide that it's okay for the food trucks to operate. And the restriction that goes on them is that they have to be part of an event, and the food trucks can't be the reason for the event.
Is there any limit to the amount of events per year?
No, nothing in the policy.
So there is still potentially a lack of equity around the chargeability element.
We are proposing that food trucks can only operate at events where the event itself is not a food truck event. So, for example, if you had a toddler's day out, you could have a hot chip food truck at the event, but you couldn't have an event that was only food trucks. So the food trucks are limited at those events by, it requires operators, it requires event organisers to be organising an event. And that does limit the number of events that are happening in the central city area.
Just one final question. Would it be difficult to introduce an event related to this, an event-only food truck levy, in terms of policing it, managing it, staff resourcing? Has that become problematic, or would it be fairly easy to implement?
So we are proposing that there would not be food truck-only events.
No, I know that, but with the events that the food trucks would be at, would it be possible to levy them as some sort of a chargeable per hire or per event or?
If a food truck is at an event, in many cases they have to pay the event organiser to be present at that event. And the fees, the structure that they, or arrangement that they come to with the event organiser varies. It might be a percentage of the take that they have, or it might be a flat rate. But stall holders at events pay the event organiser for being there. So as well as the fee for a permit, a food truck or a mobile shop would also be paying the event organiser.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor McPherson.
I would question during Ryan's discussion with you that's occurred to me is it would seem to rule out, for instance, the gypsy fairs, which might be a whole collection of their food trucks alone. Perhaps something like that, which was a fair built around. Doesn't matter. I can see you two totally perplexed. Yeah.
No, I'm not perplexed. It was just I couldn't envisage it in the central city.
Oh, stranger things have happened, including in Hamilton. But that was mainly when Bunty was on air. But my actual question was in relation to the bit, Sandra, you identified the amendment to V to include the possibility, which I think is a good way of doing it, of per fee ride structure. For someone like me that doesn't think this should be in transport, not in regulatory, how easy is it to change that back if we go down that track? Is it just a matter of bringing the report to a council meeting and changing it? We don't have to do reams of public consultation and stuff like that on that new addition that you've got in there?
We could make it that part of the recommendation is pending the outcome of the discussion on item 11. So we could say, you could, for example, agree to make that policy change as long as...
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I wasn't thinking of that quick. I was thinking more of the end of the trial, then we decide where it's housed permanently, perhaps, that sort of timing. But I don't think it needs anything conditional. I'm trying to find out how easy is it to change it back if that's what we decide. To remove the whole reference to micro-mobility.
If you wanted to, you can always change it.
How easy is it?
Yeah, that's right. So you could probably avoid having to go back out to public consultation on this, because this particular section wasn't publicly consulted on. We inserted this after the public consultation anyway. Right. You could agree to it pending a review at the end of the trial period, for example.
Okay. I don't want to put the wording in there. I just want to know whether we can technically do that without huge effort.
I think that if you just make a statement that it will be reviewed at a certain time, then I think it can be revoked at that time without needing public consultation on that point. If elected members note that is the intent.
I'll look at the statement later in the number 11. I don't want to upend this one, but some of us definitely think it's in the wrong home.
Yep.
But for now, that's with its home.
Thank you, and thank you for the report. Does the policy now provide a lot more freedom for food trucks to operate in other, I'm thinking here of outside the central city, in places like, and I can give some examples along Te Rapa Strait, you know, where there's a coffee cart in the mornings, Days Park, where I've seen pizza trucks cooking their pizzas down in a Swarbrick Landing, Swarbrick Landing, where there is, in some places, good traffic flow management, and in other places there isn't.
The changes do not affect the current situation for outside. So at the moment, yes, a coffee cart can go and set up in those areas, no change. The changes that are proposed are all around the central city restricted area. Yep. So there'll be no change to those food carts.
Okay, although this might be slightly off track to this report, how do we manage that, you know, in terms of, I'm thinking here of Te Rapa Strait, where a coffee cart could create all kinds of traffic issues, particularly at peak times when you often see it there. Is that a concern?
The management of food carts is already managed by Calvin's team and also by the the bylaws around
Okay,
traffic
okay.
management. So
And we're quite happy that those are all satisfactory at this stage.
yes, I believe so.
Yes.
Yep, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Bunting.
Thank you. Now, this is more than just food trucks, though, isn't it? Am I right in that this includes those appliance, hardware, buy from home type trucks as well?
Mobile shops
That's the
includes
one.
them, yes.
So they can technically trade during events that exactly where food trucks can.
At the moment, mobile shops will be able to attend events.
Right.
But I'm not sure why an event organiser would have, an electronics mobile shop there. I can't
Oh,
see-
for sure, yeah,
yeah,
sure.
what-
But I'm just saying that under these rules, that could happen. So I guess I'm just trying to broaden it out. This isn't a food truck necessarily rule, it's a trading in public places rule, is that right?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Thank you, and thanks for the report. I sat through the hearings and engagement and was enlightened by the submitters. I'm just following on from Councillor Ryan's questioning around the event organisers. Upon an application to council, is there a fee that they pay us in order to be able to use the space?
No. No.
Okay. And so in terms of the fee that the vendors might be paying to the organiser, what might those funds be for?
It still costs money to put on an event, waste management, they might have a sound system, advertising. So events cost money, and event organisers usually recoup some of those costs by charging the vendors who are selling goods for attending, a stall fee.
Thanks very much. Do we have an idea about what an average might be?
I'm sorry, I don't know.
No. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Yes, Kesh. Councillor Naidu.
Thank you. I see that we'll be looking at any impacts on the retail food outlets before the next policy review, which is in 2023. Is there some sort of reporting avenue for the existing retail food outlets where they can actually let us know if this has a direct impact on them sooner than 23?
It's quite difficult to determine impact. For example, a cafe owner might say, "Oh, my customers seem to be down today. It must be the coffee cart that's down the road," but it might not be. It might be that there's, I don't know, the rugby game is on, and everyone's gone to the rugby, for example. So it's fairly difficult to determine exactly why a business may or may not have had an impact, and we need to have a look at how we monitor that, and it's probably along the lines of looking at transaction numbers that are occurring in businesses in the vicinity. If a business owner just saying, "Oh, my transactions are down today, I'm going to make a complaint," is kind of outside of council's operative model, really.
Can I just answer a question that Councillor Van Oosten asked? It varies from event to event. I just contacted an individual I know that had various food trucks at various events in the range from $100 to $750 per day, and was an average around $250 a day. In some cases, there's a percentage of turnover as well that they pay to have, and that ranges from 10 to 22% of turnover as well, depending on the event. And the prices vary depending on the nature of the event, how many people they expect to go through, and the commentary before about the sheer cost putting some of these events on. Some of the larger events have significant marketing outlay because of the expectation of people going there, and that's compensated through a margin approach as well. So those are ranges and not absolutes, but just give you an indication to help with your thinking in this area.
follow-up question, and I'll probably ask Richard this. I know the staff recommendation, I think it's been moved yet, and I don't want to belabour it, but whether it's just a note or whether we could, if it's a costly process, because we're going to find out in 3 years' time, and given the CBD is sensitive to us, is it going to be prohibitive if we were to do some sort of analysis, and I appreciate your response, Sandra, in terms of feedback from the hospitality sector in, say, 12 months' time, just as a bit of a finger test so that we don't bake this in for 3 years? And
I would suggest that we allow a year, allow the policy to run for a year, to see how many events that is, actually, and how many, and to have a look at the impact. Then write the report and come back to council with that report, and then commence the policy review. So the policy review process actually takes a while. It actually takes, so although the policy would come to you in 2023 for review, the review process starts about a year before then. So the investigation would happen before that.
That's effectively what I'm asking, is a 12-month review.
Yep. So firstly, you can review the policy at any stage, can't you? It's a minimum of doing it every 3 years, right? So, and at that point in time, you can make an assessment to continue to go forward. I suppose the question is there any way we can build in, and do we have the resource to do a sample test at a particular point in time, every year about the effectiveness thereof, is basically what Councillor Hamilton's asking.
And possibly we could use the HCBA. I don't want to make it a big deal, but 3 years is quite a long time.
We haven't determined the best methodology to use to identify how to do this work, and that is mostly because we want to find out what the cost would be. But for example, at the moment, you all have access to a financial dashboard for how Hamilton is going, and that includes information from third-party providers like Infometrics on transaction numbers. It may be possible, and we haven't fully investigated this yet, but it may be possible for Infometrics to give us information on, there was an event on this day, how did that impact transaction numbers versus... So these are the things we need to look at, but we don't know what that will cost, which is
Can I rank this up to a higher level? Can I suggest that, and Jen just is open for this one, in the new year as part of a briefing to council, we look at the various tools that are available to us in terms of what we can glean, gain, or otherwise for general economic performance for the CBD. I think there's not just this policy that contributes to, which is your point, Sandra, in terms of everything or anything could be contributing to the outcomes. I think we need to agree what our principles and our philosophies are. So let's have that conversation and discuss with you offline, Councillor Ryan and your deputy, in terms of what the opportunities are. And then we can start getting a bit of flavour for it. I'm not trying to palm it off. I just want to make sure we've got a broader strategy, because I think it's something that we're not hugely geared to do just yet, and it's sort of part of my SMART strategy as well in terms of what we want to put in place.
Yeah, Mayor Paula, if I might, I'll be happy to move the staff recommendation. I'd just like to if we could just tweak that it says request staff back the impacts of the policy changes in food retail prior to 2023. My change would just be that they come back to us in a 12-month period, and with an appropriate feedback mechanism, which you identified as a gap in your mechanism anyway, because we do get the economic intel, but it doesn't have the nuance of this policy in terms of,
Okay, so that's an additional motion.
Is it additional? I didn't think it had been moved. Or has it been moved?
Well, nothing's been moved, so you've moved it plus, as part of that.
As the Chair of Hearings and Engagement, who heard this, is it appropriate for me to move the original staff recommendation, or I'm happy to just second Councillor Ryan? I just want to, Becca, help me with process here.
It's fine, absolutely fine for Councillor Hamilton to move the staff recommendation as a motion.
I'm relaxed.
With the change.
No, cool, I'll second this one.
So second, including the little amendment.
Yeah, that
so
can be
can
tested.
you type up the change as proposed? Because there is no other motion on the table at this point. Are there any other yes, there are. Councillor Bunting.
No, I was just offering to second because it comes through community, but that's not a drama. More than happy. More than happy.
Excellent. So we're just getting it up. Is that done? So that's everyone's clear on the very slight change to what was in the paper. It's been moved and it's been seconded, and we'll go into debate. Councillor Hamilton. Is that right?
No.
can, legally.
So we would not be able to report back within 12 months because it would be best to have 12 months of data and then report back perhaps within 18 months, can we say that? Or within 15 months, or give us a bit of time? Or once you adopt it, yeah.
Okay. It doesn't have to be perfect, it's just like, let's give us some feedback, get the ball rolling, test and measure.
Okay, it's done, it's up there, thank you. Going into debate as the mover.
Just reserve right of reply.
Right of reply. Anybody want to speak to this? Councillor Bunting.
Yeah, I will briefly. Look, thank you for your long and extensive work. It's been through Community Committee, it's been through the Hearings Committee. We've had all the opportunity to talk about this. So I feel duly informed on it. I think you went out to consultation, you went out to extra consultation because of language issues. It's been well and truly wrung dry out there. The Hospitality Association, I thought during the Hearings Committee, were particularly enlightening. They had gone to the food truck industry themselves and discovered that actually the food truck industry doesn't want to turn up at just random places outside restaurants. They want to fish where there are fish. They want to be where there is a crowd. So that alleviated a lot of the concerns that the hospitality industry had. So officially the hospitality industry is in support of this. The HCBA, I noted in point 35 of this, are largely supportive of this, acknowledging that some members will always differ. People want this. Remember where this originally came from? I think it came from one time where the Balloons had an event in Garden Place and there were no food trucks allowed. It was quite simple as that, and some of the vendors themselves didn't want to open. They wanted to complain, but didn't want to open themselves either, so no one could get anything to eat. So really what we're trying to do is make the central city a bit more hummy and go. So I'm fully in support of it. I anticipate that events will be so big and so successful that the restaurants wouldn't be able to fit everybody at these events in there anyway. So that's the kind of thing we're trying to achieve with this. I personally think that the real danger, and I think perhaps the omission, is we haven't looked closely enough at the mobile shops, which I believe trade unscrupulously in the poorer areas. I think that's another body of work I'd be quite keen to have a look at down the track and fire due warning their way. But happy to support it. Most people support the thing. Let's give it a go, and I think reviewing it or having a look at the data in 12 months' time is a prudent thing to do. So go forward.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. Yeah, look, I'm happy to support this with my Central City hat on. As Mark says, it feels like it's been around a long time, this one. But I think we've struck a good balance between allowing some flexibility by encouraging food trucks to add a bit of vibrancy for events, but hopefully without penalising existing businesses in the central city, because understandably it's a touchy subject. Businesses who lease a property and pay rates and fees, etc., and particularly mindful of the stress that many of them will be under this year. I've had one or two people bail me up about it, but then when I've explained the nature of what we're doing, they've been fine with it, I think. So, food trucks are limited to events and they can't be the event, and I think that's a pretty good safeguard. But at the same time, we just want to leave a bit of room for a bit of spontaneity in our central city when something's on as well. So, and I think Councillor Hamilton's little addition too is a good one. Happy with that. So, yeah, very happy to support this.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. I think it was a bit blunt a bit of a blunt tool banning all food trucks all the time within the city centre, and at the same time it may have been a step too far just saying let's take an open slather approach and allow them all of the time anywhere. I think we've hit a really good middle ground with this. We're supporting a greater diversity of offerings in the city centre, supporting events and helping them to be more interesting and vibrant and attractive. We're also ensuring that we're not having an undue impact on existing businesses. So I'd like to thank staff. Thank you for the work that you've done on this and all the extra consultation and effort that's gone into reaching this point. the submissions that we did here during the hearing were actually really useful and helped to craft this and helped us to reach that good middle ground. Something that I was thinking we could think about during the CCTP, our Central City Transformation Plan work, and the street upgrades that we do as part of that is actually ensuring we have adequate space for outdoor dining for our restaurants. At the moment, it's really crowded on some of our pavements where they've got chairs and tables either side, and we really want part of creating more vibrancy is having outdoor dining, not just for food trucks, but actually for our restaurants too. So I think that's a critical thing to think about going forward.
Thank you. Councillor Gallagher.
As Chair of the Hearings Engagement Committee, I totally paraphrase my good colleague Councillor Thompson, particularly in the staff acknowledgement of your staff, you know, the really comprehensive work you did. Thank you so much. And also to say that I acknowledge the submissions, which were very helpful and informative. Thank you.
There is no one else to debate, so we'll go to the vote on the, we'll try to go on the, sorry, right of reply, Councillor Hamilton.
I'll just paraphrase the paraphrasing. Thank you.
Yeah, that's because you articulated it so very well, Councillor Thompson.
Good night's sleep.
Bonus. Hope you get another one before LTP tomorrow. Okay, we're going to vote on the board, just because it is easier on the, and except on Zoom, where you put your little hand up. Okay, Zoomers, have you done your little tick? You got your tick up, everyone? Who will? Margaret, a tick, please. Thank you. Yes? You're voting in favour?
No, I'm not going to vote. I've just rejoined the meeting. I don't want to be
Okay, so she's abstaining from this decision for not having heard it. Thank you.
Motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you. Just to alert you all, so we're all on the same time frame, because I'd forgotten that it's graduation. We're having a lunch break from 12:25 to give a few words at the graduation, which Mark's doing for me tomorrow. So, well, that's the lunch break coming up, so we'll plough on till then.
Until 1:15.
Yeah, 12:25 to 1:15. Brilliant. Just so you know in advance, that was all. We're now moving on to the Founders' Report. Welcome.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. You've got the reserve today. Unfortunately, Sean Murray's away on annual leave, so I've jumped in to help lead this discussion. And Jen's obviously here to help support. She's been involved with obviously the West Town Belt and Founders, and also I think we've got Alice up the back here just around any heritage matters, if there's any questions around those. So just a quick introduction. I'll take the report as read, but obviously there's quite a bit of information in there. Elected members have been well aware of the consultation processes and previous resolutions around Founders. There's quite a few of those, as you'll see from the attachments. And there was 3 options that we went out to public consultation on. And you can see that there was 84% of the 505 pieces of feedback we got from the community were in favour of option 2, which that you will see in the report supports the vision of the West Town Belt Master Plan, which we worked through over a couple of years recently. You'll also see that there's probably some newer information that's come to light around an application to Heritage New Zealand in points 56 to 62 for Founders to be listed on a New Zealand heritage list, and there's a bit of detail in there. We don't have much more information than what's in the report. There's an application. We're not sure who the application's from, so our people are just liaising with Heritage New Zealand around that. and we're getting some advice from Jen's team just around what that would actually mean going forward from Jen Baird's team. We'll try and answer any questions on the process around that and how it might affect council's decision making. So just around the staff recommendations, I just wanted to highlight recommendation 3C around option 2. So over the next couple of days, obviously you're talking about the long-term plan around essentially budget allocations, and there's been some discussion around what budget allocation we put towards Founders and the Founders site. So this alludes to really around and the recommendation is that what's baked into the base budget that you've received in your report and that you'll be considering and deliberating on over the next couple of days is really around that $3.57 million around which would deliver on option 2. So the intention of 3C wasn't that there'd be a full consultation again on the options around Founders Theatre. It was more around the consultation around the budget allocation for that. So just to provide a bit of clarity for that, Sean Hickey and Julie Clawson were getting a little bit worried that that would have to have quite a large section in the consultation document on the LTP about Founders again. So it is mainly around the budget allocation, just to be clear on that. Obviously, we've got Toti who've come to us previously, and you can see the material that they've provided. Obviously, they need a bit of time to put their business case together, and the staff recommendation is recommending that they basically put that through as a submission through the LTP consultation process. Then when we get everything in for the LTP, then you can deliberate on that. It'll be around the budget and whether or not you want to actually go down that track of their proposal there. I'll leave it there. We'll try and answer what questions you've got, and happy to do that. And I'm not sure if Jen wants to add anything from a landscape point of view, so I'll leave it there.
We've got loads of questions, to be honest. I'm happy, so I'm coming to them. I'm happy to move the staff recommendation without D.
Protocol, because as Chair of Hearings and Engagement, it is appropriate that I should just do a brief summary of the engagement process, and then at that point I'll just join the rest of the council.
Yeah, happy to do that. Just want to put on the board that I move the staff recommendation minus D because I want to have, seconded by Deputy Mayor Taylor, because I want to have some discussion about D before I can understand where that's placed. Martin, would you like to tell us?
This is me in my role as Chair of the Hearings and Engagement, not as an individual councillor, which will emerge later in the meeting with my individual perspective. There were two really, and it's important to stress, there were two components to the hearing and engagement. Now, on the engagement component, it's acknowledged there were approximately 500 people who responded to a question with regard to the option, with regard to the demolition of the Founders and the park proposal. They responded in the positive. In the hearings, however, which was a different process but related, the response was more mixed, and I certainly note the Toti is a significant proposal. I also want to just note that on our website there was a media statement from that meeting that was amended that obviously was neutral and certainly acknowledged both. So as Chairing of Hearings and Engagement, I acknowledge the different strands and the comprehensive consultation in that regard. So that's where I'll leave it, and then obviously I'll go on to the board with regard to my a suggested possible amendment once I have a look at the Mayor's motion.
Thank you for that.
Just to clarify that, Mayor Paula, Councillor Martin's right. There was, I think, 16 people or groups that actually presented at the hearings, quite considerable information. So sorry for the omission in my introduction on that.
Thank you, and thank you for chairing the process, Councillor Gallagher. Okay, we've got quite a lot of questions, so bear with me. I'll go down them as best I can. Councillor Pascoe, you're first.
Yep, thank you, Chair. Thanks, Lance, for the report. Can we actually move option C while we've got, which is 3C for option 2, when we have 3E sitting in the background. I mean, you know, can we go ahead with what we want to do under option 2 and ignore 3E?
My understanding is our initial legal advice is yes, you can, but I think you would have to weigh up wider considerations rather than just the legality of it as the governors. So that's about all the advice I can provide on that at the moment. And because that process hasn't started, and you probably need to think of what the public perception would be.
No, I understand that. So the legal issue you've sorted. Why can't we find out who made the nomination under 3E?
I might just refer to Alice. Do you? Sorry, I don't have a lot to do with Heritage New Zealand, unfortunately. So.
I have been in contact with Heritage New Zealand, and they are presently taking in-house legal advice with regards to whether or not they can share that information at this point in time. Because it's a nomination, it hasn't gone to their next committee process. I'm hoping to get that feedback sometime this week.
Okay, and if they are if it's not possible that they will release it, can we do a Lagoima request?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Bunting.
Thank you, Mayor Southgate. I have a question on C as well, and it's probably to yourself and Becca actually. Can we actually approve C before we've had our meetings tomorrow and the day after? Because isn't this kind of preempting a decision we may make in our long-term plan discussions?
So I'm choosing to, I'm interpreting C as that is for the purposes of discussion as part of the LTP.
So it's only for discussion, so
Yeah,
during the LTP discussions it could
Yeah, so
get passed anyway.
my recommendation would be that the recommendation be that it be discussed as part of the 10-year plan.
Yeah, because it's at the moment it kind of reads like it's already right through that whole process.
And that's probably a little bit of a just an interpretation of C, but it should be that it be discussed as part of the 10-year plan process.
Yeah, just to clarify, I've discussed that with Julie and Sean just prior to the meeting.
Yeah.
That would, and I know how you see it sort of like cart before the horse and that sort of thing. That would probably be the more prudent way to do it, is this meeting could recommend or just note that this will be discussed as a consideration over the next 2 days.
So I'm pretty sure that's your intention too, Paula. So could we perhaps tidy it up with your permission? See just a little bit.
So what do you want to? How do you want to title it?
Basically, what I wanted to. Yeah, but pretty much.
Let's take the rest of the questions, and you come and tidy up the.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I'm not far. I just don't want to get us trapped into the situation where we've kind of preempted something before the democratic meetings tomorrow.
How do you mean?
I'm worried that the way it reads, pretty much, it charges right through the LTP as it's going straight into the consultation document, whereas our LTP discussions in the next 2 days are as to what goes into the consultation document. So I'm worried that this, and I don't think it means to, but it.
Oh, so you're sort of saying subject to the debate tomorrow?
Yes, yeah, that's
something like that.
Yeah.
Okay. We have to put an option in the long-term plan, or we
of course.
Continue to do nothing. So I guess that was the reason for it. But Becca's doing some thinking on that. Do you mind if I hold it while we take other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McPherson.
Yeah, I'm probably, part of my questions are coming from the same place as Rob with Heritage New Zealand. I was certainly going to ask who, and I'm going to ask, Alice will perhaps want to comment on this, about the consistency there, because I note when there was back in about 10 or 11 months ago, when there was an issue about proposed heritage or suggested heritage place on Memorial Drive, that I personally put in a nomination to Heritage New Zealand and notified council that I'd done so. Council didn't receive any notification from Heritage New Zealand at all, nor did I for that matter, and the demolition was allowed to go ahead. So I've got queries about whether we're going to follow the same procedure, i.e. ignore it unless it's official, and even though we sort of know about it, and also whether, which you probably can't answer, but I'll ask it anyway, whether Heritage New Zealand is going to be at all consistent with its own processes.
So I think I understand that question. Do you guys get it? That's about.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
it's a nothing until it's official.
Yes. So have we
Is
actually
what I'm
officially
checking.
had? We've had official notification from
Yeah.
Heritage New Zealand aware that this is occurring? Or we've just.
Maybe I'll just get Alice to just clarify the process that Councillor Dave's talking about. I think that might be useful.
Thank you. Thanks.
So council has received notice from Heritage New Zealand that they have received an application for a nomination. That nomination sits and it has no status until it actually goes through their whole heritage process, which the next step is that all nominations that they have recently received, they will assess those in February, March next year to determine whether or not they actually progress through to their next phase before considering placing a building or a site on their list. And that could be a 12-month process if the nomination meets the steps happening in February, March. In any essence of the nomination, it doesn't prohibit the owner of that building in doing anything. And once on the Heritage New Zealand list, if it's privately owned or, say, council owns it, the statutory protection only comes into play if it is then placed onto the schedule under the district plan and then has protection through the RMA. However, council does have that overarching requirement or obligations under the RMA to protect heritage. So you've got that to dovetail, which the example that Councillor McPherson has given about Memorial Drive didn't come into play.
Why didn't it come into play? Because council was notified of an application.
Oh, no, I mean in terms of council as owner of a building that's been nominated. Council, there's a perception that in terms of council's obligations, which a private owner doesn't have to protect heritage.
It's only a perception, though. It's not a legal requirement. You just
there is an obligation under the RMA for council to protect heritage, but there is a process.
But the RMA refers to all built forms within the jurisdiction of a local authority, does it not? Not just the ones that it owns itself?
That is correct, but there's a. I'm just saying in terms of council's, that's where the perception comes. When council is the owner, it should be a good custodian.
So it's only a perception that it should be treated perhaps differently from a privately third-party owned property.
Correct. Okay, so I think that's been made clear.
So it's 12-month at the earliest, sort of, it sounds like, before it becomes in any way official, though. By which time we've made a decision one way or another.
So question though, in a question sense, does that have any ramification for the LTP you're saying? I guess we can put the funding in various years across the 10 years of the LTP, can't we?
But there's and my issue with that, Your Worship, just to explain, is that there's a cost to us for maintaining in the current situation before we decide yes or no to the long term.
Agreed.
Agreed. Yeah, I'm just trying to tease that out, how that might affect our process, our own process.
So is there anything else about the process, because we're in questions, not debate,
Well,
but is it, yeah, I understand your
I've got
issue.
another one about something else.
Is there anything else you'd want to add to that question, or we'll move to the next? We've pretty much explained, yeah?
No, I think Councillor Dave was right in what he was saying, but at the end of the day, it's a judgment call for council. So just with these timeframes, which Alice has explained, so tied in with the LTP,
So we'll get to that in the deliberation. Next question.
Yeah, so
thanks,
the only
Councillor.
other one I had related to the consultation, you said you'd spoken to Julie and Sean about effectively trying to limit the discussion any submissions on the founders to finance only. Do you like your chances?
I'm always a supporter of the public having their full say in council matters.
Which means you're expecting, notwithstanding whatever we say,
right,
people are going to... I'm just trying to say it's going to be bigger than you think, whether we like it or not.
And that's for debate. There's no question in there, so we won't make a comment at the moment, if that's okay, Richard.
I was just going to comment about.
Oh, were you? No, answering a question, that's good. I just want to keep...
I was really just asking if he liked his chances of limiting the debate.
Yeah, no, look, okay, fine. Councillor Gallagher.
Becca, I'm happy to then drop down the queue. Could you just arrange to post the original amendment myself and Councillor Wilson had? I just want to put that up and discuss how we might adjust that.
So we're in questions at the moment, though.
Well, the question is that to assist your questions is please be aware there is an alternative approach being proposed. And
well, then pop it up as an amendment. Pop it up as an amendment, and we can talk to it when we get to.
Yeah, no, it's now an amendment, and the So if we can flick that as an amendment, and then when we get to the comparison.
Okay. Let me continue with questions while Becca deals with that, because we are straying now into discussion within the questions. Councillor O'Leary.
Mayor Southgate. Yeah, look, I'm on page 137, and I did raise this in Councillor Gallagher's hearings as a request to be included in the report, which was that the 22 emails or letters be included in the analysis. Now, you've acknowledged that I raised that as an issue, and there's a staff response, but the staff response just simply says that it wasn't combined, and there is a commentary in the report that says it wasn't combined because it would be a bit difficult, I guess, because we were asking people to tick a box at A, B or C or 1, 2 or 3. So I'm not particularly happy with that, and I wonder if we've done that before when we've got, we go out for consultation or engagement and we get Facebook comments and we get emails to the elected members or the mayor. So how can I be confident that the 22 emails and letters, and some of those actually had quite a bit of material attached to them, can be properly considered by the council if it's not actually in the analysis? That's a really long question. Apologies, I don't usually do that.
My understanding it is, if you look at point 25 and then down in the box in 29, it says analysis of the 505 have your say submissions and the 22 emails, letters received as direct feedback is included in the engagement insights report, which is at attachment 2.
Yeah, and then right underneath it, it says the 2 types of feedback have not been combined in the report. So I'm a bit confused.
So am I. I didn't write.
And yeah, I appreciate that. It's a bit difficult.
So can we get a response to that or no? What's the material outcome of that?
So my understanding is that feedback has all been included in the report, and copies of the actual correspondence received is also included as a link. I mean, the 2 sets of feedback haven't been combined into one thing, but they've been included separately. So you've got the full analysis there.
So in there it says staff can say that 15 of the 22 emails and letters, which equates to 68%, favoured retaining the existing building for a variety of purposes. It's just when it's difficult because then you could say 68%, well you are saying 68% support retaining the existing building in one thread of consultation, and in the other, 80-something% want a different option. So I think it's just really, in terms of good analysis, I feel it's a bit higgledy-piggledy, there's a good word. So I suppose I'm struggling with that, but I appreciate we can't solve it today, but I'd like us to look at how we address feedback and how we accept it and include it in the future. I guess I'm signalling that as well. I don't think there's anything in the consultation documents that say you absolutely must go through this online portal, so yeah, something to raise.
Okay, we'll raise it in debate.
And sorry, second question is just on heritage. Back in goodness knows when, 2014 or 16, the heritage report from Richard Knott Limited, the heritage assessment that we asked for, actually said that their recommendation was that the building that Founders does have historical, aesthetic, architectural, etc., cultural significance, and their recommendation was that it was worth a B ranking in the district plan, in our district plan. So I wonder what, and this is probably a question for you, Alice, why we didn't follow up on that, or was there a process and an outcome that council wasn't involved in?
Sorry. At that time, the district plan was not yet fully operative, and staff actually didn't have the mandate to look at any further built heritage. So the report by Richard Knott was noted, and like a number of other buildings that we, through this elected body, have now indicated we can go and look at built forms. That collection of buildings could be now visited, but at that time, when Richard Knott's report came out, we were in a process that didn't permit us to open up a review of the district plan's heritage list.
And would that piece of, would that report add weight to the application to heritage? Is that something in their process that they would come back to us and say, what have you done to determine the heritage value of this building? And we would have to submit that, or?
So my conversations with Heritage New Zealand on the nomination is that they will look at all information that is available. Mm-hmm. That report was in an open document that was presented to Council in 2016, so it is publicly available. Okay. And they also, if it moves through from their nomination meeting, assessment meeting in February, they would then do their own research to determine whether or not there is an adequate heritage value for them to list it on the heritage list.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bunting.
Thank you. I'm just interested in Councillor O'Leary's questioning around the 22 emails. I'm just trying to count them up. And I'm seeing a couple here from the same person, one whose cat had walked across the keyboard. So I'm just wondering how we really take on board that we should be including this in equal weighting, but I think we've got to be, are we being careful enough that we're counting the people, not necessarily the emails? Does that make sense? Very finicky, tiny wee question, but it's something that's been of great interest to me. To be honest, it's actually, no, let's not waste any more time. It's just I can't take it off mine and ask.
I was going to say a question to follow that up, though. In local government consultation, numbers are one metric that you look at and content's another. So while the metrics might be useful, you get 68% for or so many against, whatever, as an indicator, you've still got to weigh up the expertise of the submitter, the points they raise, the validity, and that kind of thing. Am I right? It's not just a for and against. It's about rationale and yes. Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah.
Yep. So yes, that you're correct, Mayor Paula, and yeah, for complete transparency, we've included the copies of all of the letters that have been received in the document, and then in the analysis on attachment 2 or 3, I think it is, it sort of shows the Have Your Say channel with the official kind of responses, and then separately the analysis of the theme of those letters. But I think that's a pretty good summary of what's been provided, and then you've got the full detail if you want to read more.
So did the cat live anywhere near peacocks?
And councillors, with your wish, I just want to ask a question of staff in terms of this whole issue around consultation with the public and the way things are moving into the social media arena, and people they tweet, they Facebook, they whatever, and they write to us, they write to you as councillors, they write to me as mayor. I think it's only reasonable that we do forward those into the mix, because those people genuinely feel they are consulting with us through a mechanism. So it might be something for us to have a conversation about, probably before the long-term plan. Would that be possible in terms of how we're going to treat social media feedback? And just is that something that everyone would be interested in understanding before we get the feedback from the long-term plan? Thank you. Not trying to create work, but just clarity. Okay, Martin, go.
I've just, I think, got an amendment. Now, I'm not sure whether that's helpful to put it up there, just pure, so you can think on that. And the intent is to be a neutral proposal. It's not expressing preference of one option or t'other, but I just want to check that it's within this, picking up Councillor Bunty's point, the wording's got to be exactly consistent with the LTP process tomorrow. Because you might even find the 3 point, after you've gone through the pleasant experience of your 20% rate increase or whatever tomorrow, you may find a lot of these proposals become dead on arrival. I don't know. Who knows? So this is, I just want to check that that's consistent with the format that's being adopted tomorrow.
Question on that, answer that question? Can we answer that question? There's nothing proposed in the LTP at this point in time until we go through the debate tomorrow, is the way I understand it.
So the 3.7 million's baked into, the draft.
But anything additional
Absolutely.
to that is not.
That's right.
Comes through our discussions tomorrow.
It's all open to discussion over the next 2 days.
So the intent of the amendment is it's cost neutral in terms of the original baking, which I suspect will come out of the oven probably less baked, but never mind. And it's yeah.
Okay, look, we're straying now into, but just a question from me, and I do notice that I have a question from Margaret too. Just a quick question on your amendment, Councillor Geller, if I might. There was a really fairly comprehensive proposition by Creative Waikato also. Is there any reason why you would focus on just one of the externals being able to bring their? Would you not include something as well formed as Creative Waikato?
Tomorrow, feel free to add that. I'm not totally across that, but feel free to add that. I think the TOTI proposal is a very significant proposal, but obviously that does not preclude very important advice from Creative Waikato coming through the consultation process. But the intent of the amendment, not wanting to foreshadow debate, is to try and put a proposal in the LTP document that shows there is some choices and is to try to be neutral as possible.
No, we understand that.
Okay?
We'll talk to that at the time.
Yeah.
I was just wondering if there was a chance to wrap up some other significant projects that were raised if you were going down that line. Just, Margaret, sorry I've been neglecting your question. Apologies.
Thank you. I'm trying to follow what's going on. Just the question staff is around the TOTI option. So I'm just trying to understand, if we've gone through a formal hearings process and 84% of submitters have approved option 2, why are we then going ahead with formalising another action from TOTI, which seems to me to be outside of that process?
So,
my understanding that what Councillor Martin's put up would actually invite them to make a submission on the draft 10-year plan with all the detail in their business case that elected members have asked for previously.
So that's different. That's 10-year plan stuff. This is response to the hearings. Is that correct? I'm getting
No,
confused
so
with what's
in respect to that, Margaret, it was...
This is, we're
Well,
now...
can I hear from one person, please?
You'll go, Martin, then, if you want to...
Yeah, okay. To be helpful, if you like, I made reference, we had a hearings and engagement process on the founders, which was to assist, which was to be reported back to the LTP, which is essentially happening now. Not as chair of the hearings committee, I'm just moving an amendment to the mayor's proposal, which of course promotes the option 2. I'm promoting an alternative proposal that, for me personally, has come out of the hearings process and engagement. But it's an option. It is separate from the hearings as such.
And to the Mayor's point before, Creative, Waikato and Toti are looking to work together?
Not entirely, that's not entirely correct.
So just for clarity again, Toti has gone through the hearing process, has been heard, and despite that ability and that appearance, the 505 submissions with the 84% that are in favour of option 2, which is contrary in some regards to the Toti proposal. The amendment suggests that we include and invite Toti to come on board outside of the process, and then also get council to pay for whatever it is that they're wanting to propose. Is that what I'm understanding?
I can briefly respond as chair of hearings and engagement. There were 2 components. The engagement was via the social media website, and our team can correct me if I'm wrong, which I think there were approximately 500 people out of a population of 170,000 people responded to an option as per the option 2 proposal, and they responded in the positive. I'm not aware that, without wanting to add debate, that was a simple question. I'm not aware those people would have been aware that through the hearings process, which is the other component of hearings engagement, a formal, proper hearings process, a number of citizens elected their right, including the Toti Trust, to come via that route to put an alternative proposal to council. And I totally respect that when you vote on this issue, you'll probably be minded of both forms of consultation process, plus your own consultation that you do ordinarily as an elected member.
Just quite simply, the way I would put this, Margaret, is that the Hearings and Engagement Subcommittee, or committee, sorry, listen to it in order to inform a well-rounded proposition into the LTP. And we will have full opportunity to debate that further tomorrow. And so I don't really want to dwell on that any further. So this is the feedback from staff that we've had, and we've got to take that on board, and that should shape the recommendation we make for the LTP, which will go through in whether it makes it into the draft plan tomorrow, and then it goes back to public anyway. So the public can submit, in actual fact, almost anything they like along the same lines in the LTP. So it doesn't exclude anyone anyway. But I need to move on from that line of thought. Is there any other questions, Councillor Margaret?
Yeah, well, I have foreshadowed an amendment, which I've sent through to Amy, and there's a noting in there as well for a Lagoina request and staff to follow that up. Yeah, I'm still struggling to understand why the Toti...
Yes, so we can talk to you further on the line.
in there, but that's fine, I'll just vote against it. But I would like to foreshadow another amendment.
Okay, so we'll look at your amendment. What I propose to do, councillors, because we are going to have to take a break at 25 past, is just to take through some further questions. Then we'll come back to the debate following lunch, because I don't think we're going to get through it in that period of time. So the next set of questions, and preferably questions that haven't already been asked, or just that you really can't understand, so we're all on the same page. Councillor Van Oosten.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't leave it to the last minute this time. And my question's for Alice, really, and it's with regard to the heritage status and the bar that might have to be reached by the theatre in order to be able to be included on that list, and how high might that bar be?
So the bar that you talk about is, that criteria is set in our district plan already. And so I suppose just the clarification, the bar that you're talking about, is that for it to be on the heritage list?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's, so my understanding is it is that Heritage New Zealand also have a set criteria, and they have sent that information as a package to us, and it's on the website as well. And it looks at the importance of the building, its architecture, its heritage value, its connection with the community, and they look at a number of aspects within that those sets of criteria to determine whether or not it should be listed, and then that report is then publicly notified, unless the owner gives approval, and then it automatically gets put on the list. So once it's publicly notified, they then receive the feedback on whether or not that building people are, what their thoughts are about it being listed, and then they'll make a decision.
Okay, so in terms of that, and given the heritage value, the connection to community, the architecture, building, etc., would we be advised to be cautious about next steps, and that slowing down is a good option?
I think that, from my opinion, in terms of the information that council already has, and that there is now a nomination, that should be a factor in your thinking.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Pascoe.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Look, mine's just a suggestion to both the nominator of the motion and the amendment of tidying up the grammar in 3E, where it says in the latter part that this matter will be further considered by council in due course. And I'm suggesting, with their indulgence, that they might change it to may be considered by the council in due course, given that if the application has no legs, then there's no need for us to consider that at all in future.
I'm happy with the permission of the seconder to, yep, that's done.
Wording I just want to see, because I'm probably not in my amendment. No, for me it will be considered, because whatever...
No, let's not get into debate.
No, look, on
It's
my
just
amendment I'm going to
wordsmithing.
keep will, because it means that you get, whatever happens, you get to discuss.
We're getting into debate.
Oh, sorry, apologies. I would never dream of doing that.
You know that you are.
Apologies.
But
No, I don't.
But let's just, you'll be able to speak fully to your
Absolutely.
recommendation and the differences when we get to that. Are there any further questions? Councillor Hamilton, I know you'll give us a really good, straightforward question, right?
It's pretty straightforward, I think, probably to Richard, the financial question. Is the current proposed spend and demolition, or whatever it is it CapEx or OpEx? And does the amendment change it in that it might become a grant?
So, I can't recall, I think it was, the demolition was CapEx.
Yep, so as I explained to the municipal pool the other day, if we only demolish it and do nothing else, then it's OpEx. If we demolish a building and then build something in its place, you can then capitalise the demolition.
Which is option 2, as the staff recommendation.
Correct.
Would the amendment be the same, or would that be a grant and then therefore OpEx? Or how would that work?
You mean Martin's amendment?
If Toti, there was a proposal from Toti that seemed reasonable, and they raised some money, and then we put in some some skin in the game, then it would depend on who owned it, the building. Would we be gifting the building to Toti? If we carried on owning it and they had a community occupancy lease, then they would be contributing to our capital project and our asset. If we gifted the building to them, then it would be an operational grant of cash.
Just to be really clear on the capitalisation of any demolition costs, it's only to the extent we don't over-capitalise the building. We're not allowed under the accounting standards to over-capitalise the building. So if we put on a swing there and argue the swing's capital, therefore capitalise $1 million for demolition, we can't do that.
Okay, that's a nuance that's probably more relevant for tomorrow's conversation, to be honest, but there we go. So given that we will not be able to get through debate on this matter with 2 live amendments, I'm going to pause for lunch earlier and suggest... Oh, sorry, Kesh, apologies. You have to sing. If I don't see you, please sing out.
My hand keeps dropping off and I don't know why. But just a question around the staff recommendation with C. Just to clarify the process, if it does go through and it is discussed during LTP and all of that, does it come back to council to be passed as a resolution to go ahead, or does it mean that if we're approving it now for further discussion, that option 2 will be the option?
Sean, please.
Thank you. So essentially, by approving this for the purposes of modelling the financial strategy tomorrow, that's essentially the same phrasing as the motions for the next couple of days. So it's treated the same as anything else over the course of the next 2 days. If you get to the end of the process from the LTP and you do want to go back and review something, you can do so without revocation. So it's treated the same as the other proposals that will be considered over the next 2 days. And then just to confirm, before we go out for consultation, the consultation document and the the final budget comes back to council in February to be approved before consultation actually goes ahead.
All right, so it's, I'm just, I remember someone mentioning something about, I think it was the pool where it was budgeted for but not actually passed as resolution. So I'm just making sure that that still comes back to us for further decision.
Yes, it does. Thank you. It does. Yeah. Okay. As I said, thank you everyone for the questions. As I said before, we'll never get through debate in 7 minutes. We'll be so lucky. So we will take an early lunch and we will be back at, how do you feel about being back at 1:05, 45 and 50 minutes? Is that all right with staff?
I've got a meeting here at 1.
Okay. Well,
yeah. But it'll be done in 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you everyone. Enjoy your lunch break.
It's just about last year's Christmas, staff Christmas function. About how much money we spent on it. Yeah.
If you want to just deputise for Richard until he arrives, that would be brilliant. Thank you. And because then we can make a start, if that's okay, everyone. So, welcome back, Zoom people. We are going back now. We've had all our questions, so I don't think we need to go back into the question space. We're going to go into debate. So I will get Becca, who's also not here, just to step over the motion. So we've got a motion which has been moved by me and seconded by Deputy Mayor Taylor, which it excludes expressly referencing Toti as one project, but of course that doesn't actually exclude them from submitting to the long-term plan in any way. And then we have the one that Martin has proposed, which is the amendment, and he can speak to that in a second. And then, of course, what we do is we take the amendment first. If it's lost, we go to the substantive.
No, I assume we debate everything as one and the same?
Yeah, so I was going to say that. We'll debate everything as one and the same because the differences between the two are minimal but important. So we'll, as I say, just to cover off my motion, this is not to exclude Toti from being able to submit whatsoever. It's about putting preference for option number 2, subject to any funding that we may give it in the long-term plan. Okay, let's go. And Martin, would you like to talk to yours just before we...
Normal procedure is the mover speaks.
And we're just explaining what you're...
No, but I'm asking you with respect as the mover, if you would just, because I think contextually, if you would outline, you have right to reply, obviously, if you outline your reasoning, then I'll certainly be the next speaker, be happy to do that.
You want me to go into full debate on my...
Oh, are we not, are we still in question?
I was just highlighting the differences between the two, and I was going to ask you to do the same for yours, and then we'll go into debate. So just a summary of what's the difference in yours, then we'll go into debate.
And then I can actually be in debate as well.
Yes, soon.
Well, that's an offer I can't refuse.
But short and sweet.
And then if the Mayor could just clarify...
Just explaining your...
Yeah, in my view, this adds, I think, to the Mayor's motion in that we're approving option 2, remove the theatre and create a multi-purpose park for an indicative 3.7 million for the purposes of modelling the financial impact on the proposed draft 2031 long-term plan budget. And I'm picking up Bunty's point around process tomorrow. It requests that the Theatre of the Impossible Trust submit their formal business case and funding proposal to deliver a multi-purpose public space at the Founders site, which may attract, I think, may note, just sorry, Becca, if you could just, which may attract a potential council contribution of 3.7 million. So the two proposals are cost neutral in the sense that of the LTP process, the quantums are the same. Notes that a nomination has been made, etc., which will be considered by council in due course. And then in the debate, I'll alert you to the correspondence from Creative Waikato and the dialogue that Toti Trust is having with Creative Waikato. And then the intent is basically, while I personally have grave reservations, Ala option 2, it's collectively as a proposal, it keeps both options out for public consultation.
Okay.
And it's also neutral. It doesn't indicate a preference for Toti or for the other, but it puts that out there for comprehensive public consultation.
Okay, thank you. So we'll go into debate, and as the mover, I will just speak to this. I've been to the West Town Belt Open Days. I've focused very much on the founders' consultation. I'm aware of the huge financial challenges that we have ahead in our long-term plan over the next 2 days, and that we can't do everything for everyone. It was always, in my view, the intention to allow other things to come to the table as funded proposals. In other words, not reliant on anything more than the money that we already had set aside for the demolition of Founders and the restoration of the site to some extent. basically the reason why I've supported that view is because I'm mindful of the fact we just do not have any money to, you know, put a cherry on the cake on this one. We want to make the West Town Belt a really wonderful connected space. I'm really passionate about aspects within the overall West Town Belt, but Jen Parlane has done an outstanding piece of work, by the way, on that plan, and seeing it connect with cycleways, walkways, tree plantings. I've got some sympathy for Margaret's proposition that part of that area could just as well be in cherry blossom and others in other parts in different ways. I've spoken to this. Whatever goes in the long-term plan, actually we don't know where the quantum of money is going to go because we're having that discussion tomorrow. The other thing is that the long-term plan that we will have finished putting together by Thursday evening is a draft for the purposes of going out to the wider public. The reason I can't support Martin's recommendation is not because I don't support Toti being able to come and give a really well-formed proposal to the LTP. I absolutely do, but I also support any other group that came with a proposition that might attract some private funding also to come. And I know that while Creative Waikato have had conversations with Toti, they're not entirely aligned, so I can't see why we would give a preferable note to Toti outside of some of the other propositions that we heard about during the hearings, which include all sorts of things from a cherry blossom park to, I've heard out there other ideas that people might want to bring to the table. And I think we've got to just be fair. So the way I see it, and it may not be the way other people see it, that's fine, is that we should be fair. We should be brave enough to put a preferred option because that gives something for the public to focus on, and it's got an amount of money with it. But we shouldn't exclude through the long-term plan the community being able to bring really good, well-formed ideas to the table. And if Toti can bring their idea to the table, there's a lot of really good, worthy considerations within it. And I'll be open to that in the long-term plan. But for the purposes of modelling, got to start somewhere, and that's why I think option 2 is the wise middle ground for us to take. Thank you. Councillor Gallagher.
Yes, I actually will exercise my right as the mover of the amendment to speak next without a right to reply. I just want to bring your attention, which you've all received over the lunchtime, is the copy of the correspondence between Creative Waikato and Toti with regard to the Founders Theatre. And one of the critical things that I've noticed in that correspondence is that the Creative Waikato is, quote, "We still support the use of the newest wing of the Founders site to be used for rehearsal space as noted in our formal HCC submission." So they definitely want to be part of a discussion around how might that creative space look like. And the Toti proposal is going to obviously involve significant funders if you look at the letter. Oh, sorry. I thought you were telling me to wind up.
For me.
It's going to involve significant, funders, Trust Waikato, the creative sector via Creative Waikato and Toti. And while they are called Theatre of the Impossible, I don't believe a genuine discussion around whether or not we do a deep dive back into the Heritage Founders Theatre site to see if in fact there is a future for this particular site to advance the creative arts in this city. I don't think we should be in any rush to get the ball and chain, and I want you to visualise the demolition, because for those of us who do genuinely see it as a heritage building defined with regard to its strong historical connection to the community, defined by its architecture by the very wonderful late Mr. DeLille, and based, as I understand it, on a theatre development in the UK. For many people over 60 years, it is an incredibly significant building. So in the Waikato Kirikuraroa sense, I would define that as heritage. This amendment is not asking you to make a final decision to wreck the Founders Theatre, because that's the effect of your preferred option. This amendment is merely keeping the option open to see if in fact there are two alternatives, i.e. the one promoted by the Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and myself and Councillor Wilson, and we argued that both should go out for deep dive consultation, discussion and engagement. Both are actually fiscally neutral at this point. I respect the finance is going to be discussed in greater detail tomorrow. Thank you.
Councillor Bunting.
Thank you, Ms. Southgate. Yeah, look, I'll be supporting the original motion, and that's not entirely comfortable in my heart either, because right from the very beginning of this process, I think I've voiced that I'm not comfortable with us going out with a preferred option at all, because it tends to be pushing things to the front of the queue. I can see the diligence behind it, but I still believing in sort of in communicative clarity. We need to go in there with a very big open mind. I think both the proposal and the motion and the amendment kind of push their favourite, or push their favourite to the front, and I don't like to do that going into the LTP. I'm grateful for the letter or the correspondence I've just seen from Jeremy at Creative Waikato and Margaret, but I do note that moving forward, Creative Waikato are only supporting the project to the extent that they came in with their own project, and that's the rehearsal rooms as well. We've got to be, if we're thinking long term here, I hope I heard it right, but I understood Margaret Evans saying that once this is built, it's on us. The OPEX is on us, and there's quite an enormous corresponding OPEX cost. So, look, I'll keep an open mind going into it. I have to support one or the other, so I'll support the motion in this case, and I'll look forward to the discussion during the LTP.
Thank you, Councillor Bunting. Councillor Pascoe.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And I'll also be supporting the motion. I think there are two parts to the amendment that concern me. The first is in E, which states will be continued in due course, rather than you having in your motion may be considered. And I'm concerned here because we've already been told in today's meeting that Heritage New Zealand will not even consider the heritage status, if there is one, of this building until February, and then there could well be at least a 12-month delay in terms of their decision. So the word will means that we really can't do anything until the heritage decision is made one way or the other. The second is in C. I think it creates an expectation that we're coming to the table with $3.75 million to help. In D. Oh, where are we?
No, you're looking at mine. You need to scroll down. Can you move?
It was the amendment, sorry. Oh, sorry. The amendment in D, which creates an expectation that we're prepared to put in $3.75 million. And we're doing that now without knowledge of any other funders, without any indication from TOTI on what the operating structure would be. And I would be concerned if part of the operating structure going forward is that we, council, are liable for the OPEX on... And finally, whether or not this proposal has the support of other theatre groups in the city who largely operate very much in separate trusts and operate their own activities pretty much independently of council, both in terms of operation and financial support. So I think that I'm just a little bit concerned that the amendment is throwing a few lollies out there, that we may have difficulty in terms of reputation, because I know the words may and may has been used, may create an expectation that council may not, after completing the long-term plan, be in a financial position to offer. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pascoe. Councillor Taylor and Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. I'll be supporting the staff recommendations because it takes us forward in a preferred path and I really do think it's time to be decisive on this. I think we've got to stop raising expectations when we haven't got the dosh at the end of the day. There comes a time where you've actually got to show a bit of courage and actually make a decision on this. You could never accuse us of rushing into this. The thing's been closed since 2016, and we've been consulting agonisingly over the last year, 18 months. And I don't think the majority of Hamiltonians want us to still be talking about this in a year or 2 years or 5 years. I absolutely respect the nostalgic, the closeness that many Hamiltonians have in their hearts towards the founders, but sometimes you've just got to move on. And we're here to make tough decisions. We've had prolonged consultation. My reading of the process was that a majority of people want us to demolish the founders and create something special in terms of a park. And this was our preferred position as well, and I think it still should be. And we need to signal this as our preferred option on the LTP and boldly go out with it to people and say, look, this is what we've decided to do. The Heritage New Zealand thing is a side process as far as I'm concerned. I think all it's going to do is, as Rob says, is we could be sitting here for a long time dithering and agonising, and we've just got to do got to make a hard decision. And so that's what I will be supporting. And the idea of offering or suggesting that we might make $3 million available for Tautia's project just staggers me. I know it's close to Christmas, but come on. And I'm not particularly, it's great that Creative New Zealand is writing to Tautia and that, but if it was Bill Gates writing to Tautia, I might be more interested. The money's not there. So let's get on with it and make the tough decision. We have a great opportunity to create something special in the way of a park which does justice to the founders. We're creating a wonderful West Town belt which we can be truly proud of. So let's look at the past and the future. Thanks.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Taylor. Councillor O'Leary.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Southgate. I'll be supporting the amendment for some of the following reasons. At a briefing a little while ago, I felt like I was alone with my voice on wanting to retain the building or give Hamilton a town hall. And I'm so pleased that there has been a move to change, in a bit of a change of the wind, although we'll soon find out whether that's a majority. I've also sat around the table since we closed the theatre and heard every submission, consultation process that we've gone through. And sometimes the process has been a little muddy, not from staff's perspective, but from a governance perspective. We've changed councils, I think, twice. And back in 2014, I did put or second a motion to, way back then, the dollar was worth a lot more, and it was in the LTP to upgrade the theatre at a cost of only 13 million, and of course with a new theatre we're at 25 million. But that's democracy. I am concerned with the heritage application, and I think the report suggests that that could take up to a year. And along with the heritage assessment report that we had done that actually recommended to this council that the founders be included as a B ranking building, that causes me a bit of a concern as well. I think we missed the opportunity to use the CE's words to reimagine a historical property into something that could have been used as a community arts hub, a town hall, whatever it might have been imagined into. Because part of the reports, the early reports back in 2000 and before my time actually, one of the reports said back in 2003 patronage was declining. So as a theatre, its life was coming to an end. But as a building, as a town hall, as an arts space, as a practice, whatever it might be, to restore some historical presence in that site, we've missed the boat on that. So that's the reasons, some of the reasons why I'm supporting the amendment. I think it should give most councillors comfort that if the funding is not confirmed, that option 2, which is to remove and create a multi-purpose park, will go ahead anyway. I think the amendment speaks to that and should give elected members comfort. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
I haven't.
No, you were briefly there. I thought maybe I'm just not reading it properly. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. I remain open-minded on this issue, as we all, of course, do. But I today will be supporting the motion. The reason being, like Mark, I'm not totally comfortable with either for various reasons, but I'm leaning towards that direction because I'm just not keen on signalling that we would be putting 3.57 million towards potentially, the restoration of the building or whatever the project ends up looking like. The space, the West Town Belt needs investment in it in terms of that open space, the park and amenity value. At the moment, it's a really unappealing and place which doesn't call out for people to actually go to and visit. And I'm worried that if we put $3.5 million into this project, we're not going to have the money there to do what we need to in terms of starting to do that work in the West Town Belt and creating a place where people love to be, particularly as our city centre has more people living within it. So yeah, it's just that signalling of that money I'm not comfortable with. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Forsyth.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I'm going to be supporting the motion, and I thoroughly concur with all speakers that have spoken for the motion this afternoon. The big issues for me around my decision making is really around two things. A, the people have spoken. 84% have said that we've gone out to people, we've asked them and we've said, look, what do you think? They've told us. I think it's time that we listen. And I think Tony's already had the opportunity to take part in the process. Admittedly, they're wanting to do more work, etc. But in the words of Margaret Evans, I mean, every individual's contribution is just as worthy as any group's. So I'm really wanting to support those people and the process that we've started by following through and heeding what people have already told us. And secondly, I'm very uncomfortable with the quantum attached to whether it's only an indication or not. Countless times we've heard from members of the public, from other groups, saying that the council has promised this and promised that, and by presenting such an option where we're saying that we could put in 3-point-something million, I think it sets ourselves up for a really difficult decision-making space to be in. So not supportive of it from that point of view either. I think it's time for us to be decisive. I sat around the council table back in 2016 when we decided to close the theatre back then. And I asked myself, how many theatres or how many community spaces for creativity do we need? We already have the regional theatre coming. We have the Gallagher Performing Arts Centre. We have Clarence Street. We have the Meteor. It doesn't matter that we direct them or not. There are facilities available for the public. And my fear is that if we were to grant Toti some sort of ownership or some sort of leadership around this, that it would be another asset that would come back to the council, that we would then again have to pick up the reins, dust off and look to find more OPEX to cover off. Thanks.
Thank you, Margaret. Councillor McPherson.
Thanks. I had some similar thoughts to my colleagues, Councillors Sarah and Mark, came to quite a different conclusion, actually, which often happens with Councillor Mark and I. Because and Councillor Rob took this throwing lollies around. I don't want to throw lollies around either, but we've already thrown the lolly out there in the scramble, $3 million that's there for demolition. So all that we're doing is giving two people or two elements the option to dive in on that lolly scramble. That money was put there not for Toti, was put there for demolition. Now, if someone can come up with an option in a short period, and I'll come back to that, then should they not deserve the same opportunity as the pro-demolition group? That's where I'm coming from. It's not something that's going to go on and on. There is going to be a decision. Jeff was worried about this. It's time to make a decision, he said. The money's not there. Then he immediately started to talk about creating a park and playgrounds in the same area, which would follow the demolition of $3 million odd. So either way, it's going to cost money, or if we don't spend the money to demolish or to build something new, it's going to cost the ongoing annual OPEX to keep it fenced off from everyone and with nothing happening, and it'll be a running sore for another council, because if we don't go one way or the other, it's going to stay there creating submissions to future councils until the time that Sarah's mayor, at least. As Martin keeps talking about. So you're not saving money by not going with Martin's amendment. You're just deciding to go in one direction. That's fine, but don't saying one's saving money and the other's not. They're both costing. Both options there are potentially costing. The issue with Heritage New Zealand is an absolute red herring. They move with about the speed of a 100-year-old Galapagos turtle. Nothing's going to happen. Nothing is going to happen from them. Bunty can just imagine how fast that is. He's quite used to that speed. Hey, Bunty. Nothing's going to happen in time to help us or force us in one direction or other. I think that's pretty obvious from Rob and Mike questioning during that. More's the pity. I'm greatly in favour of heritage protection, but I wouldn't put my things that needed protecting heritage-wise in the hands of Heritage New Zealand, I'm afraid. So forget that. Things like ongoing future OPEX may or may not be issues, and they can be faced at the time. And there'll be ongoing OPEX for playgrounds, just the same as for other things that might get built there. So we really, at this stage, it's a defined period. It's 7 months or 6.5 months until we have to make a decision one way or another. Some of you want to close it off now. I'm saying keep it open for another 6 months.
Thank you. Councillor Van Oosten, and then I've got some on Zoom.
Thanks very much. I will also be supporting the amendment. I believe it offers us an opportunity to identify our preference as option 2, but it still, as I spoke in the earlier debate, gives an option for Toti to be able to come to the table and to gather up and work up their proposal, to be able to find the funding. In terms of the $3.75 million, if it is something that we support in the long-term plan, then I can see no reason why, if option 3 with the Toti proposal, why we wouldn't want to be able to hand that money through for that project, to help to support that project. And I think it's reasonable that position stays very much in the frame. It may indeed be the opportunity to talk to them further about how those funds would be used. Those decisions haven't been made as yet, and for another day. We heard during the hearings and engagement many people who also supported the TOTI proposal, but that there was a suggestion also that should others have known about that proposal, that they may also have gotten alongside that. And if we take this amendment out to consultation through our 10-year plan consultation, that there's the opportunity for them to hear that also, and that fuller consideration may be taken into account. The cost in this instance to hold off on that and to keep the theatre closed is minimal, and I think what it does do is allows time in order to be able to do that. I hold a little bit of a different view to Councillor McPherson on Heritage New Zealand. I think it's something that does need to be considered, and to we need to be thoughtful about the value that Hamiltonians place on the founders, and that giving some time also to Heritage New Zealand to consider that for their list, and we'll know that around February, March, and be able to work forward from there. So I'm happy to trust in time, allowing us to have a better understanding of the next steps for us. Kia ora.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Councillor Naidu-Rove.
Thank you. I will be supporting the amendment on this one. In fact, a lot of my thoughts are aligned with what Councillor Angela had to say. There's a couple of things I am a bit concerned about the Heritage New Zealand issue and what comes of it, and whether all our debating and deliberations over the next few days about what happens with the project, how that would actually play into Heritage New Zealand's decision. So, it is what comes first, and whether this is the logical train of what happens in terms of the order of what's happening. So I'm a bit worried about, that whole scene. The other point to make is that I do get the whole, 84% of submissions were in favour of option 2, but they didn't know about the proposal with TOTI or Creative Waikato, and if they did know about it, would they have thought differently? I'm quite open to keeping this conversation going for now. And the 3.57 million, that's for enhancing well-being, and whether that be through a multi-purpose park or multi-purpose facility, it'll come down to community well-being and what people prefer their money to be spent on. So I'm happy to keep this conversation open for the next few months, thereby supporting the amendment.
Thank you. Thank you, Kish. I see bribes being offered across the table over here.
Yes. There's only one that hasn't spoken.
I never have that much in my wallet, Dave. Councillor Wilson, and then Councillor Wilson is the only one on the table at the moment.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. I'll be supporting the amendment. This issue for me reminds me of the power of the narrative, how we can construct a view that isn't misleading but doesn't tell the entire truth. And there's been some suggestion that this is about the fact we don't have the money, and that we need, as elected members, to show our strength and make decisions, even if the community isn't totally on board, to show leadership. And it's easy to say, because we don't have the money. I point out, as many have, while selectively ignoring the fact in the next sentence we are considering spending the same amount of quantum to destroy the asset and reinvigorate it for a different purpose. There's been a lot said about the 84% who supported option 2, while not at all reflecting on the fact that those said people weren't aware either that option came with 3.57 million attached, and nor that there was a possibility of turning the existing theatre into a rehearsal multi-purpose project. So while I think I've explained, and others have also explained, we are sometimes selective in advancing our argument while choosing to ignore or be silent with the entire story. I believe Toti should be able to come back with a fully developed business plan, and that if it has traction and if they're able to put forward other funding, we shouldn't hide from considering allocating some resource, certainly at least the resource we would have allocated in the demolition of the Founders Theatre. I note with interest that now Creative New Zealand is saying that yes, in fact they've always said that there's a demand for additional rehearsal space. They remind us that we as a city are growing, and what we might need in 10 years we need to be cognitive of. I'm also a great supporter of the regional theatre. I have a number of questions still to get answered about that project, but I'm supportive of it. But I'm mindful we should not be totally demolishing one option before we have totally landed the second option.
Time. Please wrap your last sentence.
Thank you. So my point remains, it is appropriate that we include both options in the consultative document, keeping in mind that the quantums are the same and we will get true public participation, them being fully aware of all the options. It's very different from asking selective consultation when we're only showing them half the story.
Your Worship, I just wanted to raise a point of clarity. A couple of the speakers earlier on have talked about Creative New Zealand supporting this, but whereas it's actually Creative Waikato, which are two different entities.
Point made. Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Chair, and thanks everyone for your contribution. I want to acknowledge Councillor Martin, and I thank God we've got Councillor Martin in our mix, because he's a real fighter for heritage in those aspects, and I take his views with a lot of consideration. When we went out to the submissions recently, we kind of made it pretty clear we wanted robust business plans coming back, and Toti did not deliver on that accord. The $3.5 million or thereabouts for demolition, I think, is probably a little bit on the high side, and I think our CEO is perhaps being a little bit conservative. So I'd like to think that any work we do could potentially save even more or would cost even less. I wasn't at the recent strategic risk assurance, but I saw some of the material make the media, and there was a lot of concern about the risk of the regional theatre with the Momentum Group, which has a lot more invested parties than Toti does, and we were concerned that if that fell over, who would carry the risk? We've already seen Clarence Street Theatre, a small theatre that we've gifted, come back to us with cap in hand, and they've struggled to cover their operational expenses. This small expense today could just be the start, the tip of the iceberg in terms of ongoing expenditure. We've already had the Gardens PGG come back to us with scaled back expectations from COVID in terms of what the community and what philanthropy can contribute to these types of things. There is an opportunity to respectfully and elegantly honour the site of Founders, which I know everyone here wants to do. But I think we can do that without perpetuating a manifest health and safety risk, which no one mentioned today, which was the reason Richard closed the thing down, and perpetuate a no longer fit for purpose building.
Thank you. I'll exercise my right of reply. I'm just not quite sure where to start, but thank you for the robust discussion. There has been genuine discussion of this proposal, notwithstanding there was when the theatre was closed in the first instance way back then, but we've had immense public participation and engagement into the West Town Belt Plan, and more recently into this particular issue. What do we do with the site on which the Founders stands? What's more, no matter how I vote today, and I am going to vote in favour, of course, the motion, there will be continuing conversations through the long-term plan, because the public have every right to put proposals to the long-term plan for the consideration. So this doesn't actually box Toti out or any other worthy project. And I've had really good conversations with Creative Waikato, and they support some of the aspects of Toti in terms of creativity, but they also are happy to talk with us about how they weave performing space into option 2. And we've begun those kind of conversations. So I foresee them having a further opinion on this space regardless. I've always said, and I continue to say, that we should retain some of the cultural and historic elements in the repurposing of this space. And I've always said clearly to staff that I think the name Founders should be appropriately remembered as well. I've always lent towards a multi-use space with the opportunity for community creative performance, and I still do, and I believe that's within option 2. I am in fact supporting the majority that did support option 2, but I'm not locking anyone out of coming to the table with something else as they can. I'm not pro-demolition, as I like the term that Dave coined there. I'm pro-enhancing the use of the West Town Belt for the community. You know, at some stage, by the way, we've already spent 100,000 on consultation through this process, and if you were to add up the previous consultation around the Founders before the time when I was on council, probably runs a lot higher than that. So how much consultation we do. And I support today Deputy Mayor Taylor's comments. At some stage, this council needs to put a stake in the ground. Otherwise, we will just be going round and round and round and round about this particular topic. And I know this won't please everyone. I know it won't. But they have their democratic opportunity to speak in the long-term plan. Meanwhile, we've got to have a point of discussion, and I believe option 2 is the most consistent with staff advice through the development of the West Town Belt and the community will at this time until I'm proven otherwise. And look, you know, a town hall, a community facility, if that's the majority will of the public through the LTP, I'll be embracing it so long as it can be funded. But Ryan's quite right. We've got no money in our back pocket for this one, so we need to make a wise decision. Thank you. So we'll go to the vote, please, on the board. For the amendment to begin with. Put the amendment first. Pardon? Everybody can count. Who?
Oh, sorry, I thought we were doing a show of hands.
There's a little
right.
green tick button at the bottom.
This is for the amendment?
For the amendment. No, Kesh has got ticked hers. I've got a little tick. So you, okay.
The amendment is lost.
Can you just, because we have, sorry, can
Yeah.
you just read them all?
No, she will, she will, she will.
Those voting on Zoom, we've got Councillor Forsyth dissenting, Councillor Wilson and Naidu Ralph were for.
You got that, everyone? Okay, so now the motion, we'll go to the substantive motion since the amendment was lost, and we'll take the vote once more, please. Cash, could you vote, please? Thank you.
The motion is carried. Those for on Zoom was Councillor Forsyth. Those dissenting on Zoom, Councillor Wilson and Councillor Naidu-Ralph.
So the 776 reversal of the previous decision. 8-5. Okay, sorry, thank you. Okay, thank you, councillors. I guess this is a debate. No matter which way this vote went, we were going to get to relive through the LTP next year. Yeah, possibly twice, tomorrow then and again when the public consultation happens. All right, thank you. Okay, we are, just because of who's available at this time and some requests I've had, we're going to now go to another pretty straightforward item number 14. It's the lowest form of wet really, isn't it? Sorry about that. Okay, so we've had public submissions on it this morning. Lance, you want to talk to it, please?
So Mayor Paula, just to add to it, I think the report's reasonably straightforward, but just hearing some of the process around the notice of motion versus the use.
Point of order, where 14 is on the screen is telling us something.
Oh, yeah. It's all right.
So the process, there was questions around the process of the notice of motion versus elected members using the current policy. So I've actually asked James McGillivray from Tompkins Waite to join us this afternoon. Some of those questions are probably going to be around the Local Government Act and process. I think the report speaks for itself, Mayor Paula, and happy for myself or James to answer any questions where we can.
Okay, so I think it might be worth, I'll ask the question then, can you just explain the difference? But we can revoke this, we do not have to go back through the same comprehensive process as the original application, right?
That's correct. You've got power in your standing orders to revoke or uphold any resolution of this council by putting forward a notice of motion to do so with sufficient information to inform the council of the previous resolution and the reasons for seeking that revocation. There'll be circumstances where your previous decision has already been fully implemented to such an extent that really, in practical terms, you wouldn't be able to do that. So had you changed the name of the signs, changed it on maps, done everything you possibly could to change it to the new name, then you're probably too late to revisit your previous decision. But in the present situation, the decision, whilst it's been made, hasn't been implemented. And as far as I can see, in my view, there's nothing to stop a notice of motion being put forward to say, look, we should reconsider this decision, and then it's a decision for you all as to whether you do so or not. You're basically reconsidering what you considered first time around and deciding whether you should reach a different conclusion.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor McPherson.
Questions, and then I also have a motion which I've given Becca before in relation to this, but a couple of questions to James and or governance. When council has a policy specifically covering the issue of street names and the process to be followed in changing them, when does that start applying that policy? And I'm particularly referring to the fact that the decision, as you've rightly said, was taken to change the name. Does the policy for any subsequent change depend on whether street names have gone up, things have gone too far, as you're talking about, or does it kick in immediately?
I think it does. I think it up until the point where you've actually implemented that decision, and I can walk on my way back to the office down the newly renamed street, as opposed to Ward Street, which I walked up to get here. I think you've got a decision that still able to be revoked. Once it's actually been changed, then I think you'd have a better position to say, look, it's done and dusted.
But that's not what my question. My question is quite specific, the word policy.
Yeah,
When does a policy apply? When does it start? Or is a policy a Clayton's policy until it's enacted?
No, not at all. The policy has a process for making a decision, but your standing orders say you can revisit and remake and revoke that decision. So I don't think that a notice of motion that says, look, we want to reconsider and remake the original decision we made to change it to Dame Hilda Ross Street, that you are, in asking to revoke that, you are making an application to change the name. I don't think it works like that. You're actually going back and just reconsidering the original decision you made back to the status quo, which is Ward Street.
Okay, so Clayton's policy would be the description for it in
that's
in
not going
the
to-
current status. But the other
That's
question
debate.
related to getting this item on the agenda and the way that's happened, and maybe it's a question to Becca or James, I'm not sure which. When the chair of a meeting, in this case the chair of council, which is the mayor, wants to get an item on the agenda, it's their prerogative to put that on without having to get notices of motion or anything. How does that actually, am I sort of reading that right, Becca? Or,
So this did come via a notice of motion?
sorry?
This matter did come via a notice of motion or a notice of revocation?
No, that's not the question I'm asking. I'm asking, does the chair have the right to just put something on the agenda?
Not a matter that requires a substantial decision. They could bring an urgent late item as a minor matter, but if it was a
So
substantial
in order for the
item-
chair of council to have something discussed, they have to get a notice of motion unless the chief executive puts it on. Is that how it works?
Correct.
So, okay, I'll have to go back and look at that part of the standing orders, because certainly the chairs in the past have caused items to be put on agendas. Okay, so the next question just prefaces my motion. When a process is offered in a meeting and then is not for discussion of an item, as happened in this case the last time it came up in public, and the matter was withdrawn from the agenda on the mayor's recommendation, should that process be followed, or has someone, mayor or chief executive or someone else, got the right to change that policy, that offer of process?
Are you referring to a discussion being had following the meeting, or are you referring to the deferral of the report?
Discussion with I can't remember if it was elected members or councillors was the term used.
Right. So with respect to the actual resolution that was passed, my understanding was that the only thing that was formally passed was that it be deferred to a future meeting of council. So the matter
That's
of the
not
notice of
quite what
motion.
I understand your
Yeah.
point, but that's not quite what I
Yeah.
was asking.
So there wasn't a formal resolution that there would be a discussion following the meeting, but I understand there was discussion had as that something would come back. But in the minutes, as I've got it recorded, it only refers to something being deferred and coming back to the meeting. I'd need to go back and check the wording of what was discussed in that actual item.
Okay. All
I haven't
right,
had-
but, Your Worship, I've got a process motion in front of you then, as a result of the issue I've sort of just been canvassing. And it's a procedural motion, so you can't speak to it other than to explain it, is my understanding, which is simply is not to vote against or for or whatever the existing motion, but to defer the item until elected members have the opportunity to participate in a briefing, and with a capital B, so in other words, something that goes on to our briefing list.
No, you can't speak to it as procedural
No,
motion.
I've got just a seconder, yeah.
Oh, seconded? Okay. So it just gets put.
I'll second it.
No, it's been seconded, thank you. No discussion, it needs to go and be voted on, thank you. What? What's that? Margaret, can you please vote?
Sorry, this is for the.
This is to delay it further,
Suspend?
to suspend it until we've had another chat.
Yeah, okay, sorry.
Defer it till we've had another conversation.
Done.
Thank you.
Can you take forward? The procedural motion is carried on Ralph in support.
It's, the number's right there? What's 5 and 5?
7 to 6.
Oh,
7 to 6.
Oh, 7, 6. Thank you, sorry. So it's successful? Carried. Okay, cool. So that's another one we live to go and discuss another time again.
I was trying to help you finish the meeting early,
Yeah,
Madam
thank
Chair.
you. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Thank you, James.
Good thinking, Sarah.
Okie doke. So now we go to item 10, which is the Zoo Waiwhakariki shared entranceway. Okay.
I should say. So we're here today, me obviously and my colleague Chris Barton from Capital Delivery Team, to present this report. And this report that we're asking you to consider today responds to the resolution of the Community Committee meeting on the 17th of November, at which time staff were asked to explore options to align the Zoo Waiwhakariki Entry Precinct project and the Bryma Road upgrade. And the purpose of that alignment was to address concerns for pedestrian access and safety, as well as to ensure the maintenance and actually the improvement of the visitor experience there. So this report presents 3 options, and they're in your report at points 32 to 44. And staff, council staff, so that includes my team and the Capital Delivery Team, are recommending option 3. In essence, option 3 completes stages 1 and 2 of the Zoo Waiwhakariki Entry Precinct project, as well as a section of the Bryma Road upgrade. And that section is from the Baverstock intersection to the northern zoo boundary, and it does it in year 1 of the new 10-year plan. Option 3 addresses the immediate and future safety and access issues and challenges that we're facing at the zoo, and leaves the remainder of the Bryma Road upgrade north of the zoo for timing to align with developer-led activity. Essentially, that's the report in a nutshell, and we're happy to take any questions.
All right. You may move that. You may second it. Okay, let's sorry, just press the discussion button so I can think. Councillor, is this discussion?
Yeah, get it, so.
Look, I don't think it's going to make a big difference. Speak to it in support. You got a question now?
Yeah, and as Martin would say, as chair of the community committee, I thought I'd have the right to.
Dave, would you like to be magnanimous and let Bunty move it?
I will second your motion.
No, you go. No, okay, thank you. Well, but before I do have a question to ask, and it's similar to the question I asked regarding the other one, and that is, can we actually do this without preempting our 10-year plan discussions? Just looking at the wording, and I'm obviously very supportive of it, otherwise I wouldn't have thrown a hissy fit. Regards, approve the funding in the first year of the 10-year plan. Can we actually approve something in the first year of the 10-year plan at this point, or do we have to wait to go through the next few things? I just want to be clear on it.
So my understanding is that you can make the decision today, but the decision will be binding. It will be as any. So decisions made in this term that are binding carry through into the development of the 10-year plan. This is a commitment that we will make today if you make the decision to approve.
So, okay. Yeah.
So option 3 is in the base budget for the
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
2021-31 10-year plan, if that helps, Councillor Bunting.
Yeah, I just don't want to get in the position where I'm arguing against what I really want to argue for. Okay.
Yeah, no. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? No, it's fairly, there is, oh, sorry.
I'm up there on the board. Yeah, question on the road, Brymer Road. Is that inside the city boundary, or is the road like the zoo in Waikato District? Waikato District. So can we do work on someone else's road?
Yes, so the boundary straddles along Brymer Road, so it's currently on...
Half is ours and half is ours.
And the section that we're looking to do as part of stage 1, I understand, is actually fully within the city boundary. I think it cuts back in north of the zoo boundary, so is that correct?
So it's all our road, is it?
So it is our road, and we're able to undertake the works on it, correct.
Okay, and so under option 3, which I haven't got the page number where the table is, I think it's about 4 million, is it, for the road? Do we qualify for the NZTA subsidy of at least 51% on that roading upgrade?
For that road, we're not anticipating any subsidy from Waka Kotahi NZTA. Generally, they invest in strategic corridors, which this Brymer Road corridor doesn't qualify for financial assistance in regard to their funding criteria.
So we can't even get it on the basis of improving safety on the road, or? Are we going to try? Are we going to have a try at getting the subsidy?
There's not currently an evidence base to make that subsidy application stack up.
So the whole lot has to be funded by council.
Correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Further questions around? Yes.
Sorry, I do. I just had to check with my mover. Yeah, Dave just had a very good idea.
Mayor Paula, I've also got my hand up.
Oh, yes, sorry. So, yep, that's right. So it's Margaret. So I'll do Dave and then you, Ewan, and then Margaret.
So the question, I've just heard you answer, Chris, and I understand how NZTA works, but occasionally they can be overturned too. So the mover and I are thinking of putting in, just changing the wording to say notwithstanding or something like that, the normal practices that we believe that we will attempt to apply for funding for this from NZTA. So I'll speak to that because I think it's important that we push and we, on something like this.
Before we speak to it, can we get some clarity on exactly the wording, if you'd like to approach staff and do that? Meanwhile, I'll take questions on any other matter and you can come and explain it. Is that okay? Thank you. Councillor Wilson. Any questions?
Yes, thanks, Mayor Paula. My question is to the Chief Executive, and it follows on from Councillor Bunting's questions. I'm really concerned that this is preempting a decision of the 10-year plan, and it's as though it's getting ahead of the other projects. And for those of you who know that I'm a supporter of this, however, I'm more interested in following proper process. Can the Chief Executive explain to me why it's appropriate to do it this way rather than wait for it to be part of the LTP, which is tomorrow?
So the Deputy Chief Executive is with us, Ewan.
Hi, Ewan. Look, I think to be cleaner and so we don't have ambiguity and inconsistency with the discussion we had earlier today, is maybe in C we should approve it for consideration in the 2021-31 long-term plan. So what that means, Councillor Ewan, is that then that's passed today and then we consider it tomorrow and the next day as part of the 10-year plan, which I think is what Dave, Councillor Dave and Councillor Mark were alluding to as well.
Okay, so just to clarify that for you, Ewan, because I know you can't see us other than little dots on the screen, that's precisely the intent of Dave and Mark, to make it subject to the process tomorrow. Does that answer your question, Ewan?
Yeah, that's fine, thank you.
Is that the full intent, Dave, Mark? Okay. Question from
me, Paula.
Margaret.
Sorry, if I could just put a bit of information into the mix, just to understand the implication of that for the current project means that we wouldn't be able to start stage 1 of the project on the intended timeframe of February. We would be waiting until the 10-year plan decision, which is why we have taken this route in the first place. So the only opportunity to align the two projects is to start them at the same time.
So that is actually a reasonably consequential impact. So just want to make sure that the colleagues on Zoom understand that material difference, and I'll take Margaret's question and we'll see if we can get some clarity about approach going forward. Margaret, question?
Thank you. Just see if I'm on mute or not.
No, you're fine.
Thank you. Just a question on point 49, which says option 3 also recommends bringing 4.5, etc. If approved, this will be a binding commitment within the 2021-31 LTP. The remaining road budget is recommended in year 6 and 7. The binding commitment part, I'd like that explained a little bit. Where I'm coming from is if we go and ahead with completing the full Brimer Road, what expectations does that put on developers for Hamilton City Council and what we do with Rotokauri?
Okay, who is Lance, can you tell me who's the best person? Because this really goes a little bit outside of just the zoo scope, but if we do the Baverstock entirely, the implications for future development in that area is the question from Margaret.
Probably Chris to answer that.
So the option 2 within the report, which isn't the recommended option, extends the development further towards Rotokauri Road, which is more into the land development area. Through the recommended option, which is option 2, it's not predetermining any development outcomes through that section of the site, and that's why it's not currently recommended to further extend the upgrade of Rotokauri Road to the northern end because we're not currently certain in terms of that development timing and alignment with that development timing. So in regard to your point, yes, we don't want to predetermine development outcomes by extending transport infrastructure in advance of when we've got clarity of when it's required to support the land development.
Okay, just...
but are you saying that, no, this doesn't put us in a binding situation with Rotokauri development then if we take the road that far?
The recommended option of option 2, which just takes it north of... option 3. Option 3, which just takes it north of the zoo boundary. That doesn't predetermine any development outcomes, no.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So are you still maintaining your subject to, so you are aware with moving the motion that there will be a delay from any work on the first year? That's what you said, isn't it, Leanne?
It is what I said, me, Paula, and I've just checked with the team. So to be completely transparent, because I know this is it is a binding decision. So we could start stage 1 because we are currently in the process of tendering that. What we could not do is any of the detailed design and planning for stage 2, which needs to happen concurrently. And we just would need to take the risk that if money wasn't forthcoming in the,
right.
There's risk around the detailed design to align the two projects depending. We couldn't commit. We were looking for this decision so that we could commit to that, to do the work, to make sure the timing lines up. But we could, for clarity, we could start building stage 1.
Amy, I think Dave is signalling you. I'm happy to move an amendment that in line with the original staff recommendation because I'm not tolerant of any delay. Jeff, second?
So,
It's the staff recommendation without that subject to, because I want the work to be able to go ahead immediately, concurrently, as Leanne just described. So it's a matter of your decision. It's democratic here. If you're happy to take the risk of a delay, that's fine. If you're not,
We need to explore that a bit.
okay. Okay. Yeah, shh. Hang on. I do want you us all to be on the same page. So I will ask Leanne to explain again, because I think people were moving around the room and probably distracted.
We were talking when she explained that.
Can I?
Yeah, I'm just wondering why the report didn't say if you
hang on. Let me get Leanne to. She did explain it quite clearly, but it took me a while to catch up too. So let me ask Leanne to tell us again what the ramifications of the one that you put up, the motion, are in terms of timing and project risk, which is what you said. So Leanne, could you please explain?
Thank you. And apologies if it wasn't clear in the report, Dave, but my intention was that it should be. So if I haven't been as explicit as I should have been, I apologise. The reason we brought the report to the 17th of November Community Committee to ask for your permission to go and explore the ways in which we could align these two projects was because we realised that there was a mismatch between the timing of the Brymer Road upgrade and the zoo project. To continue with stage one without aligning the Brymer Road upgrade will result in an exacerbation of the health and safety issues that we have already. But on top of that, we lose space, car parking space, and we lose space for public transport. So the idea was born about looking at the ways at which we could align some or all of the Brymer Road upgrade and stage two of the Waiwhakariki project, which is Zoo Waiwhakariki project, which essentially delivers the access, the parking, the bus turnaround, the bus parking and the safe access. And exploring those options with my colleagues in Capital Delivery, who've done a great job of thinking about ways in which this could happen, we came to the conclusion that option 3 was the best. We understood in bringing this report that we were asking you to make a decision in anticipation of the 10-year plan, but so that would give us the opportunity to do the detailed design we need to do to align stage 2 and the Brymer Road upgrade so that it fits seamlessly into the work you've already approved us to do in stage 1. Not having a decision today is not the end of the world, but what it will do potentially is, from the project's perspective, is create delay in going to the detailed design work that we need to do for subsequent stages.
It doesn't answer the question about NZTA subsidy and seeking to apply for it.
Hang on, Dave. Honestly, you can ask your question because I've got a whole line of questions within which you are one. So let's go down the list of questions. Councillor Bunting. No. Okay. Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, we can still do that, Dave. This was a separate.
Yeah, no, we're coming to it.
So I guess my question was on the NZTA thing, Chris. You mentioned that Brymer Road isn't a main arterial and doesn't trigger normal NZTA funding. But given there must also be volume triggers because we've got huge destination numbers. So surely there must be a volume of people that must trigger some sort of.
Yeah, the assessment of it, firstly, NZTA don't support what this would be deemed as a commercial or a private
public conservation park?
Yeah, so they wouldn't take that into account. They'd be looking at the roading network infrastructure. The volumes along that road wouldn't warrant. I think we'd be really struggling to get a logical investment case over the line with NZTA, and just from the point of process of engaging with NZTA, there'd be 2 stages to that. If we decided to follow a business case or to follow a funding application route, given the scale of this project, it would warrant a business case, investigate an NZTA business case to seek a funding approval from the agents from Waka Kotahi NZTA. To engage in that, we'd need to start with a point of entry assessment with Waka Kotahi NZTA, at which stage we can make a preliminary assessment as to whether there's a potential viable case or not.
So that can all be done retrospectively, can't it? And my other question is, with the urban upgrade, is there a footpath along there? Can we attract some NZTA funding with that piece?
Yes, there is a footpath along there. At the moment, it's currently it's not part of our funded implementation program at this stage. It's part of what would be deemed a new route.
That statement that it's not part of it, I'm looking at the map of option 3 showing it as part. It says option 3 site plan stage 1+2, page 218 shows cycle walkway on the lakeside.
Well,
can you,
sorry.
Hang on, I'm just getting a clarification so I can determine whether your point of order is correct.
To clarify that, it's not currently within the NZTA subsidy funding application program, was what I was referring to, Councillor Dave.
Does that make the difference, Dave?
Well, the question was, is a cycleway or walkway part? I think walkway, you said, part of this project, and it is.
And if it's not, can we put a hook in there to retrospectively?
So there's an opportunity there. At this stage, we haven't aligned that from a subsidy perspective application in regard to our strategic documents, which NZTA would need to endorse from a program perspective to align, yes, the strategic importance of this route as to why they've invested in it from a subsidy perspective.
Could we not do that retrospectively?
There is potential for that, particularly for maybe some of the walking and cycling outcomes. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so Councillor Thompson.
Oh, no.
No, I wasn't there. I was after you, but I've been taken off.
Oh, sorry, that's because you spoke already. Councillor McPherson. Councillor McPherson, and then Councillor Thompson.
All right. If the issue of applying to NZTA or not was a timing thing, why weren't we told that at the Community Services Committee when this came up?
That was my failure, Councillor McPherson. I wasn't aware that there was a timing issue. So I can only apologise.
Well, that's quite a key. It might be a $3 million apology. You know, if we could get, was it $6 million program? Okay, so we might debate that, but I'm now quite confused. I'm seeing a high quality in the map on page 218, seeing a high quality connection to one of our major tourist destinations in the city.
Yep.
It's got cycleways that connect with natural heritage areas, walking areas, walking and cycling ones, connects with our final urban upgrade on Baverstock Road, which we've funded.
Yep.
And I'm being told, no, NZTA wouldn't look at that. There's a big element of travel demand and mode shift in this in terms of the buses that have already been discussed. So I'm struggling to find why staff are so resistant to going to NZTA and trying.
So we can progress a point of entry discussion with Waka Kotahi NZTA to seek their appetite for investing in a subsidy in this site. Our general guidance noting the elements that you've outlined. To date, we haven't anticipated that Waka Kotahi NZTA would support that subsidy funding application. However, we can progress that through a point of entry discussion in regard to the points you've noted. We can.
So, Madam Chair, the changed wording that Councillor Mark and I initially placed in there simply said, and there it is, noting that Council will endeavour to seek NZTA funding for this project. That was the bit that we put in. The other bit related to a suggestion of Lance's, which was to after the word approves, which was in line with things we'd done earlier on another motion. So there was no attempt to change the staff wording other than to add
noting that council will endeavour to seek NZTA funding. No, we weren't.
So I will remove my amendment. It's not required, is what I understand it. There is no material impact on the ability to deliver this project in the short term, right? There is, however, in here an additional opportunity to have conversation with NZTA.
That's right. And I mean, I obviously can't speak for the processes that capital delivery have to work through, but what I can say, Councillor McPherson, is the reason that we have designed quality cycleways and accessways is because we are envisaging significantly increasing visitor numbers at that site in the future, which is why we're so concerned about the safety element of it. It's kind of, for me, it's do it once, do it right, and if we can do some modelling over numbers that might help support the case to Waka Kotahi, we're very, very happy to do what we can there.
Okay, I think we're on the same page now. Councillor Thompson, question.
Just some clarification, Leanne. I was just, in terms of making this decision today, if we go with the staff recommendation, what's there? The construction, would that start in February? Right. Okay, so it would basically then, I'm just thinking in terms of the LTP, the way that it goes to the public, that would need to be then made clear that that's not actually an option, whereas, so we have to be careful with the communications around that.
So,
that's probably not for me to comment on.
So just for clarification around that delivery staging as well, it's anticipated that stage 1 construction would start in February next year. Stage 2 and the Brymer Road upgrade would likely start more or mid next year. So it's not the whole package which is starting.
It just, the timing allows us to do all the pre-work that we need to do in order to start construction in the middle of next year.
Yeah, okay, no, that makes sense, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Sorry, I just answered it, but is this wording better? It doesn't hamstring you now?
No, it's good, thank you, Councillor Ryan.
Perfect. Right, all aligned. In which case, we will now, we've had all the questions, we've had a good round of questions, we all understand now where we're headed, so we'll go to debate. Okay.
Always there to help you, Bunty. Look, I think this is an excellent project and much needed for that part of the city and that attraction, and it's going to really boost the whole entranceway and the whole mood, feel, culture of that place. I think having this done and having the transport connections as part of the project, I think that's the really important thing. You could have a beautiful thing stuck out in the middle of some farmland with no good access, and it wouldn't have half the effect as something with good access. That's what this provides, and it's good access with good connections to nature, to mode-shifted transport and all sorts of things like that. So absolutely we should be supporting this and aligning the two parts of the project, and I think everyone agrees with that. The reason that I've pushed on this application to NZTA is that the standard NZTA response is usually a two-letter word, no. And I've always regarded that as being their opening bid in a much longer discussion. In other words, I can't even spell that word, and nor should HCC in dealings on important issues like this. It's not a local street servicing a cul-de-sac of houses. It's servicing a major tourist attraction with, as Leanne's just described, something that's going to have significantly enhanced visitor experience and visitor numbers. And if that's not a good argument for NZTA just opening its wallet slightly, just a little bit more than I was trying to do with Ryan before, then I don't know what is. And the last thing I'd say is that our staff,
despite their moans and groans sometimes, are actually pretty skilled at twisting NZTA's arms. I think they go to them and say, if you don't give us a bit of money, we're going to have a meeting with council's elected members. And they say, oh, no, we're going to fund it. But they are good at that, so let's put that opportunity in front of staff a little bit more. Thank you.
I was going to say, actually, what they threaten them with is if you don't fund it, we're going to get David McPherson to come and talk to you. So, yeah, stick Dave on you. Councillor O'Leary.
Thank you. I'm going to take a leaf out of Councillor Gallagher's book here. As the former chair of the Zoo Master Plan, I am very pleased with the new passion for the zoo and for the entrance. This was all in that wonderful plan. As the current chair of infrastructure, I would like to be included on or have some appropriate mechanism come through to our committee on the detail of the approach and the entranceway, the walking and the cycling connections, because with that hat on it's really important, and we've heard over the years from residents in the area, particularly the Baverstock people, that is their playground, the zoo is their playground and Waiwhakariki is their playground, but also as former chair of the Zoo Master Plan, that was one of the things that was really important, was to actually, on the approach to this area, that you understand that you're entering something really special. So, there you go.
Thank you. Councillor Pascoe.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Look, I think this whole project is about the opening up of Waiwhakariki with the zoo to create that combo that we've often talked about. And as a former member of the zoo committee, it does initiate the start of the zoo plan, because I think that plan was transformational in its thinking at the time, and this is the slow progress that we have to actually starting that zoo plan, of which I was a member, to get that going. And look, I think one of the things that this discussion has highlighted is NZTA should be at the table all the time in terms of these types of projects, because not only is it about the roads, it's about improving the safety for our modal shift, our 20-minute city, all of the other things that you want to talk about, but it's about thank you, I'll be converted eventually. Thanks, Sarah. But it is going to be about people crossing that road to get from one activity to another, and you would expect those people to be either walking or on bikes. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gallagher. The original.
What were you chair of, Marty?
In my capacity as the chairing of the Engagement Committee, I certainly want to acknowledge the significant public and stakeholder engagement of the Zoo Master Plan Committee that Councillor O'Leary chaired. And I think it is really good that we're now seeing both the vision for regard to the zoo and Lake Waiwhakariki, and without at all wanting to keep any historic debate alive, at the last LTP, if my memory serves me right, with Mayor Andrew in 2017, Professor Bruce Clarkson noted that we had not really adequately addressed the access and entryway to Lake Waiwhakariki. And he actually came and gave a submission, and I remember Mayor Andrews shouting out because he needed Bunty's vote, and he did the appeal to Bunty, and I think we got it across the line. But it's a good example, again, of open-mindedness, and it's thanks to Bruce Clarkson and his team, on that side, that we're actually having this debate today. And of course, in the spirit of open-mindedness engagement, I hope during the LTP you maintain that open-mindedness on other issues we've just debated. Thank you.
Councillor Bunting.
Thank you. Is anyone else going to claim something?
No, I'm going to say something. Oh, sorry. You gave away your right. Oh, no,
I
you didn't.
reserve the right to reply, so you go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Oh, how could I go with this one? As former chair of the community committee and presently the mayor of this fine city with my team, gives me great delight to support this recommendation, acknowledging, as others have done before me, that Councillor O'Leary drove the zoo plan with great passion for a number of years, and of course in the last LTP I felt that it didn't get its share of the love, and we've yet to discuss tomorrow and the day after how much love we can give the zoo now. But this gets this on the right track. It gets it out of the gate. I've obviously got equal passion for the zoo as I have for Lake Waiwhakareke, having been everyone but one of the 15 years of planting down there. From the very first tree that Minister Carter put in. Yes, Martin, you were there. Yeah, absolutely. And so seeing that develop into this internationally known ecological restoration is really exciting. And I just know that the public are going to love it when the two things connect. They're one of their second most favoured domestic tourism attractions. I mean, the garden brings the most visitors, but we do know that domestic tourists and Hamiltonians love our zoo. So good news all around. Thank you, everyone. Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Chair. Look, it'd be remiss if I didn't speak on behalf of the Economic Development Committee and my good Deputy Ewan, who we've been relentless in our acknowledgement that this is an economic jewel in the crown. And like Antarctica, which sees no sun for 6 months of the year, the zoo has seen no sun for a long time. And I feel like it's now coming into its season. So we're really keen to support this. And this is one of the unique propositions that cuts across all of our portfolios. And I think we can all get behind and support. So look forward to some more colourful discussions in the next couple of days.
Thank you. Nobody on Zoom? Right of reply, Councillor Bunting.
Thank you. Look, as current chair of community, former chair of the Access Hamilton subcommittee, former head boy of Logan Park High School and a winner of a 4th form merit award in metalwork, and future chair of God only knows what. I will say the future ain't what it used to be, and success has many fathers, doesn't it? But no, this is actually what we're seeing here is actually a testament to you, Mayor Paula, and the way you've set this up, and that this is a project that is driven by infrastructure, by strategic growth, by community, by economic development, and by environment. So there's little wonder we're all so passionately enthusiastic about it. I've got strategic growth in there. Yeah, said that. Don't worry. And while it's great to get this thing going, and thank you, team, for your good luck, for your great work that I very nearly messed up for you there. I hope we remember this as we go into the LTP, because we're doing some great connections to the zoo, but we need those connections to the connections. Because it still will be an island out there, just a slightly larger island. So let's look at this holistically. But yeah, I embrace everybody's enthusiasm for this project. I think it's fantastic. And I also think we've got to start looking at the zoo as a commercially strong imperative for the city, rather than just a great community facility, which it is already.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's go to the vote, people. Yeah, I think this one's going to be close.
Very nearly was, though.
Renaming of the zoo?
That was my ignoring a silly comment face.
How come you use that face quite often with me, Paula?
Okay, we're going to carry on for a little bit longer before, maybe till about 3:15, before we have a break. That may just about get us to going into closed, then have a 5-minute stretch and then go into the closed.
Come on, Calvin. Bring it home.
Okay, so the next one is Calvin talking about the proposed fee. So it's moved and seconded by Councillor Bunting, Councillor Hamilton. Do we need to say anything on it? Has anybody got any questions, concerns? Are you going to take it as read, Calvin, and answer questions? Councillor Pascoe, question.
Pulled them up now. Why are we agreeing to 13 cents a ride when Tauranga has agreed to 15 cents?
It's an option. It's one of the three options that were considered. There was 10, 13 and 15. I've elected to go with the middle ground. It's for a 3-month period between now and the end. The difference was about $1,500 to $2,000.
Yep, I
So
remember
that's all it was the opportunity to go with it. It achieved what Lime was trying to seek in terms of helping them to be financially sustainable and have a long-term operation here. It also minimised the level of funding shortfall that council would be exposed to. It was simply a middle ground.
And do Lime scooters still have the exclusivity, do they, in Hamilton?
And the 8 October meeting approved exclusivity for them through until the end of the trial.
Until the end of March 21?
Correct.
Yeah, okay, that was my understanding. And come March 21, are all, so in March 20, have we got other suppliers, providers knocking at the door with any interest?
We have had approaches from others.
Okay.
There will be a full review that will be undertaken on the trial, which will come back to the April meeting for council to consider ahead of making what will be hopefully the long-term future plan.
Yep. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Following Rob's question and Kelvin's answer, and thanks Kelvin for doing this work. I think you tied together what we came up with at the briefing quite well. If we're meeting in April to make a decision on the future, obviously there will need to be an extension at least until the April meeting of the trial.
Correct.
Yeah. So maybe would you be looking at just month by month until we settle going forward?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. I just want to check that part of the process. Otherwise, we have a gap with nothing.
Yeah. No, we won't be allowing that.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Van Oosten.
Thanks very much. Lauren talked this morning about their preference for 10 cents and the viability for them. And the fact that Tauranga were having a trial period. We've got till March. Will they be providing us with information regarding the cents per ride, etc., as opposed to, their viability, so that we're able to assess that through that period between now and March?
Sorry, are you talking about Lime?
Yeah.
Lime report to us monthly, and we know what the total rides are. And from that, we can easily calculate that ourselves.
All right, okay, thank you. And then in March/April, we'll have the opportunity to be able to hear their submissions about the gap between what they might feel viable and our 13 cents per ride, and we can review it along with any other.
There will be the full review. Will come back to council with an ability to review what's happened across the trial. Tauranga started theirs. They were the first, but they started at the end of October, so they're still in their what you call the honeymoon phase. They're having an exponentially high level of current usage, as we did in the first 2 months when we started here, and so it'll be interesting to see after that whether what that does. But they have incorporated an ability to go back and have that review with Tauranga City Council if their volume drops away.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor O'Leary.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Kelvin. Just a question on page 222, so it's point 19 of the report. It's talking about the $85 per device, and it says this equates to $51,000 annually or $4,250 per year. Oh, is that per device?
Sorry, that should be per month.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you.
Sorry. Again, that's per device per year is what.
Oh, per device per year.
Yes.
Okay, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That's all. Mayor Southgate, I'm happy if someone else moves the staff recommendation if they want to, but because I just want to move A and part of D, but I don't care whether it's an amendment or.
I think it has. Did I just have a mover and second?
Did you have
Yeah,
you have,
a mover
haven't
and
you?
second.
Okay, so I'd like to put forward a device. I'd like to put forward an amendment, which is A, that we receive the report, and then just partial D, notes that following the completion of the current trial, staff will report to the Infrastructure Operations Committee with the outcome of the trial. End.
Okay.
Could I ask, for the process, wouldn't you just vote against it because that would leave, you're trying to leave the current situation?
Yeah, well, that was,
Would be
I did have that as a process question actually, but then when I was reading D, I thought, well, I kind of want to change D a little bit, but open to, I'm happy to just vote against it, but.
We can take it in parts. I don't know if
governance,
that
what do you
achieves what you're after.
Just,
Hang on.
It just depends on whether you were happy with the status quo or whether D changes the status quo in terms of what you were recommending.
I don't think so, because I think once the trial's over, you're reporting back anyway, aren't you?
We're required to report back at the
I'm happy
completion of
to-
the trial.
Yeah, okay, so then in that case, I just vote against it, yeah. Cool, thank you.
Okay, so we've had all our questions. We'll go into the debate. Councillor Bunting, you're the mover.
Thank you. And look, I really want to put it out there, and I noticed that Lauren doesn't call me anymore, but I'm not anti-Lime. I think they're great. I think they've had a fairly strong suck of the sav, and I put them on notice that at the end of March, we'd like to see it better than it is already. I personally think competition will be good, but I'm very, very, very strong on the larger wheels for the safety of our residents, quite simply. I would like to be able to have that discussion with whomever comes in there. If Lime are the best and offer us the best then, and they're the best by a country mile, I'll support them, because I'm well and truly into the micromobility, being an active and frequent user of it. Of course Lime are going to say a low price. Of course they are, for heaven's sakes. They're a business, and a big business. But no, all power to them. It's only till March, this one. It's the end of a trial, and I think we'll have a really jolly good look at March, April then.
Perfect, thank you. Councillor O'Leary.
Yeah, thank you. My reasons are different from Councillor Bunting's, in just I'm looking for some equity. I think of hospitality and how we apply our fees to tables and chairs, and I think if I was still in hospitality, I'd feel a little bit aggrieved. I know tables and chairs can sit outside for hours on end and not be used, but mainly as chair of infrastructure, I've raised this in each time this item's come either to council or to the committee, in terms of, whilst I understand the argument for per trip, while it's not being used, those devices are still sitting on our footpaths and our cycleways and on our grass verges, and residents can sometimes be quite frustrated with that. They can sometimes ring Lime and not get a response to wanting it removed or picked up, and then they contact me and then I pass it on to staff. So in terms of a cost and sitting on our infrastructure while they're not being used, that's really my reason for voting against. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Councillor McPherson.
Thanks. I understand Angela's point about the sitting there unused, but the current system, we're still getting some money for them, or a share of the money, prorated, of course. But I am much more interested in getting into a situation of shared responsibility, and I think if there's a per ride thing, it puts some of the onus back on us, and this is not just a comment on Lime, but any micro-mobility hire devices in the city puts onus back on the City Council to help support and promote that mode, not the company, but the mode. Yes, it's the company in the short term, one company in the short term with the trial, but longer term we're going to have bikes, we're going to have other operators, all of those sort of questions, and I would rather see us, if we're going to get more money by promoting more rides, more people using them, then that helps our strategy, which is why I've favoured this. As to the amount, I think that was just pick the middle ground. Someone's got 11 cents, we heard, was a Lower Hutt or something like that. Someone's got 15, Tauranga, we're in the middle, so we're roughly in the right ballpark. I don't think it matters all that much for 4 months. which is all that's left, that part of it. But I think we should be trialling that way of collecting the funding, not just the per machine per year current way, which is an extremely blunt instrument. This is less of a blunt instrument. I was very surprised, I'm continually surprised to hear Councillor Bunty talk about larger wheels so much, because if anyone saw him on his e-bike, they are the smallest wheels on an e-bike in the entire city. And I think that's very hypocritical of you, Councillor Bunting, to go to always talk about other people's small wheels. Thank you.
Councillor Pascoe.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Look, I'll talk very briefly. They came to us originally with really high expectations that they would do very, very well in this market. And I think listening to Lauren this morning, I do have a little bit of a concern over their financial viability, that they're continually wanting to reduce the payments to us and improve perhaps their profitability or lack of profitability. And one area that is really concerning me is the loss of bikes through willful damage. And I just wonder if they have previously consulted with us on that, and whether or not we have tried to find solutions to that, because it sounds like Hamilton has a much higher willful damage experience for them than they experience in other cities. So I'm wondering, just generally how engaged they are with the city in terms of perhaps getting to that point that Councillor Dave has suggested, where we are wanting to share some of the responsibilities and some of the gains that can be made from the service.
Thank you. Councillor Bunting.
Just a quick word of reply. Look, I absolutely agree with, strangely enough, they're both opposing sides of this. I very firmly agree with Angela's argument about we are only getting paid for while these things are moving, not while they're actually sitting in people's way, staying still. But I think that's a discussion to have in March. I mean, we've got to be pragmatic and try this out, I think, so give Lime every opportunity to succeed. If we lose a whole lot of money out of this, then we will know that's not the way to proceed in the future. With regards to my wheel size, it's exactly the same size as Dave's motorbike, but both of them are actually bigger than Rob's car size. So,
I thought I'd get a smart
so yeah.
Thank you.
So happy to move on.
Thank you. It is a long day, so some humour is always welcome. All right, let's go to the vote.
The motion is carried. 9 for, 2 against. Councillor Wilson and Councillor Naidu-Ralph on Zoom voted for.
Okay, thank you. We're going to keep going just for a bit longer and then take a break, see how far we get. We're now on to the District Plan Change Programme, page 229. Oops, there we go. Aren't I? Yep, 229.
Good afternoon, councillors. I'll take the report as read. The report seeks to do two things. One, to inform you of a range of significant amendments that need to be made to the Hamilton City Plan by September 22, and a series of resolutions that authorise staff to commence that work in accordance with the scope outlined in the report at paragraph 6 and 32. There's a proposed governance structure outlined in paragraphs 45 to 48. The proposed governance structure is also reflected in the proposed resolution 3D, and equally there are resolutions in there that pick up on our clear obligations that we have between Waikato Tainui and ourselves as part of a joint management agreement. This report formally captures material that I've briefed you on back in October, outlines the options that staff have thought about and the reasons for the selected option as a way forward, and also outlines, as I said, some risks, knowing that there is potentially some RMA reform, albeit those are unknown. So I'll just take it at that point, and happy to take any questions from elected members.
I'm going to move the recommendation, and we've got some names to populate as suggestions for membership for the, and just because I have had a firm expression of interest from Councillor Gallagher as well, I'm wondering what the view of the council is to including an additional member. I mean, I'm quite relaxed about it because, let's put the names up anyway. I'm quite relaxed about Councillor Gallagher also contributing. If you've got people who are passionate about a job, they do a good job. So does anybody feel strongly about that? If not, I'll move the names as there and include Councillor Gallagher.
Madam Chair, could I just make an additional suggestion? No problems with your approach, but I do think you may need not just an alternate for yourself, but for one or two of the others. And I don't think they have to be selected today, but my experience with the committee doing this is it's extremely time consuming, and I'm thrilled that Councillor Ryan's so desperate to chair it, but there may be times where alternates are needed, so I wouldn't get, since it's reporting back, I'm just suggesting we have a way, a small pool that you can draw on as extras. Is that a value
What would the, well, this is a district plan group, what, would there be a quorum to this, or there would be a quorum? So presumably if one person couldn't make it one day, you'd still have a strong group of people. We can discuss the alternates though.
Yeah,
I just don't want to end up
No, it's not
having
bigger
everybody on it as either a lead or an alternate. That would be a bit peculiar then, wouldn't it?
I just think there is a lot to happen over a long period, and people will be away on holidays and you might want to meet, and I've seen it before, the take up.
I'd be happy to propose that, since I'm going to try and set it up myself, that Deputy Mayor Taylor could alternate for anyone on that group, which would make a slight amendment. Does that make sense? So if you can change that, Amy, so that Deputy Mayor Taylor is the alternate for anybody who can't attend, that gives us the scope.
It's a faux alternate, really, because you've
Successfully got most of the newbies on there.
But Jeff's always expressed a keen interest in it also. So, okay, excellent. Ryan, questions?
Mayor Paul, I just wondered if you could show the slight change of word that others wouldn't have seen, that Luke helped just around.
Sorry,
craft,
yes.
Just around the boundary piece. It's a bit further down, I think. Yeah. Do you want to speak to that, Luke?
Yes, through you, Mayor Paula. One of the matters that elected members will be aware of that we're currently the subject of a lot of growth issues is what is the future of the Hamilton City Council boundary. At the moment, we have a strategic agreement between ourselves and Waikato District, and there's one in train being drafted between ourselves and Waipa. The purpose of this resolution, or this amendment to this part of the resolution, is that if an opportunity arises between now and the notification of the amendments outlined in the report, and it makes sense to do so, that the land in that area, if it was transferred to Hamilton City Council, could become part of the scope of the work. So it doesn't identify location. It doesn't identify a particular council
So
location.
in moving this, I thought I had absorbed that. You'd put it initially, there'd initially been a proposed amendment, but I've absorbed that into my motion.
Sure. Okay.
So I just need a seconder. Councillor McPherson? Yep. So everybody understands that? It's just, it's pretty straightforward really, isn't it? Any questions on other matters or that? Councillor Pascoe.
Thank you, Chair. I've got 3 questions. One, and this is a question I ask every time we're looking at the district plan, and I hope that things are progressing as we go along. Are you confident that we will be, that is this group and elected members and staff, will be able to challenge unwanted aspects in the NPSUD that we may be required to include in a revised district plan? My answer to that, Councillor Pascoe, is that
there are things in the NPS that we just have to comply with. How we comply with them and the way in which we comply with some aspects of them is in my mind, still open to interpretation and to the influence and the strategic direction of this council, led by the advice of staff to you throughout the preparation of those amendments. So, for example, in a couple of briefings I've given you the issues around intensification and where the localities of those places will be in the city. Is really something that we really want to work very closely with this subcommittee and the rest of council over the next year. And that would be an example where I think that there's a degree of influence you can bring to bear around how that NPS is implemented.
Can I just add to that, Luke? Yeah. Just to add to that, I mean, the short answer to that question is that the NPS-UD, the National Policy Statement on Urban Development, is set in stone. There is no ability to challenge it. But what you do have is a broad discretion as to how you give effect to it in your district plan. So you've got a statutory obligation to give effect to the National Policy Statement in your district plan, but there is flexibility as to how you then give effect to it. So that's where we'll be looking to flex, if you like, and make sure that we ensure that the matters that concern HCC and at a local level are best reflected in the district plan.
So you've got in place a reporting mechanism where you can bring back either through the committee, a subcommittee, or back to all elected members aspects that may be not negotiable that you feel this current council or the council that's in at the time might not feel very comfortable with.
That's correct. So in paragraph 49 of the report, when I talk about proposed governance structure, so it outlines the purpose of that governance structure, but I make it very clear that throughout the process, in addition to working with that governance group, that there's delegation given to that group to set broad direction and to report progress back to full council, but we can always do briefings outside of that at any time on particular matters that are of real importance that subcommittee feels that the rest of council needs to know about. So it's not about exclusivity, it's about having a core group that gives us the surety and the authority around progressing certain aspects of work, but at all times we need to be checking in with the rest of council through the briefings or through updates from that committee to full council.
Okay, thank you.
Following on from that line of questioning, though, that's not to prevent council having other level conversations about how we talk with government about the NPS urban development. No. So it's still a matter. It's still absolutely a matter for whole council when it comes to our relationship with government around what these NPS deliver us, as it would be with water also. Yeah.
And my last question is, I asked this question as Chair of Finance, and that is the cost of the district plan review at $15 million is a significant and unexpected cost, which we will need to consider over the next few days. And, is there any advancing going on as to whether or not, given that this is a directive, from central government and something that we would not have needed to do within the confines of the next 2 to 3 years, and fund from our ratepayer pool. Is there talk of some sort of funding that will come back to councils to meet this cost?
From central government? From
central government, or wherever they get their money from, which is usually from us as taxpayers.
There is. Look, there's no, that's not on the table. It doesn't mean that we can't collaborate with central government to help us deliver and interpret and to provide in-kind assistance. I think direct cash funding is something that hasn't been offered. It's something that that the sector, I know, as a whole is talking to government about, and I can also inform you that how we're thinking about implementing the NPS-UD and all the other changes that we need to do. Yep. We do so in collaboration with our counterparts in Auckland, in Tauranga and Christchurch and Wellington. So we have, through me and others in the city planning unit, have a lot of discussions with our peers. So we're not duplicating, so we're sharing information. So that's a way for us to generate cost efficiencies and I suppose to have the strength in numbers in terms of being able to speak to government around the challenges around implementation. But I don't expect the government will be providing us any funding for implementation of what I call the planning side of it. I think there are opportunities that need to be explored around the infrastructure that's needed to help support some of the changes, especially around some of the walking and the micromobility and cycling infrastructure. I think there's opportunities that we should be exploring with NZTA through business cases, etc., done in collaboration with them while we're doing this. So there's a real funding plan off the back of the zoning discussions. So I think that would be an area for co-funding. But the reality is, for us, that this came out in August. We've spent a lot of time coming to grips with it. We feel that it's responsible from staff to present you with what we say are very accurate costs for doing this work, and it's not just the NPSUD. There's a number of other things in here that we're needing to give effect to, and it's also about the requisite skills from either consultants or additional staff to deliver this, because this is not just a compliance exercise. And in this report, this is setting out how this is a tool to give effect to the strategy that you've signed up to accompany the LDP, the vision for Hamilton, and equally a way to respond to some of the issues that you've raised with me and the General Manager of City Growth and others in the organisation around urban development generally, intensification, heritage, and the environment. So all of these issues are being picked up and adding value to what is a very significant, compliance costs associated with these amendments.
Given that there's a little bit of a template there, from government and the NPSUD, is there an opportunity to share consultants who might be doing exactly the same, giving the same advice to Tauranga or Palmerston North about intensification?
Yeah, there are.
As they would give to us, and rather than each of us engage them separately, we could share the cost, or government could provide us with that consultant.
Yeah, so we're sharing the costs on some of those projects at the moment. So, for example, housing preference work. So that's a thing that we've shared costs with Tauranga City Council, with the housing and business land assessments to give effect to the NPS. That's cost sharing done with the region and Waikato and Waipa District Council. Looking at the feasibility of high density development in greenfield areas, that's a cost sharing exercise we've done with Tauranga. So that's involving where we've got issues of commonality and where we're going to use the same evidence. We're always looking for those efficiencies.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Gallagher.
It's good we're going to be talking with the Commissioner and Governor of Tauranga on that issue. Just perhaps coming back to the nimbleness, you talk about heritage, high density. So there's still the opportunity if we sense, with regard to the NPS and policy statements, that it's too blunt a tool. What I think I'm hearing from you still think, notwithstanding government edicts, we've still got a degree of discretion within our patch.
Well, that's absolutely right. Your obligation, your statutory obligation, is to give effect to the National Policy Statement. The National Policy Statement sets out a series of objectives around urban development and some policies as to how those objectives will be achieved. But they're framed at a very high level. And then it's incumbent on each individual local authority, Tier 1 local authority, to then work up the plan provisions which give effect to it. So there's a degree of flexibility, and we can be nimble to an extent, but we have a clear obligation to give effect to the policy statement.
But as you said, Luke, to both of you, I guess it would be, and just help me here, things like you've got the expertise, you've got the consultant, you've got the design panel. What I guess at a higher level are just wanting to ensure good urban design outcomes that come out of all of this, and having since 1985 sat through different district plans where sometimes there's unintended consequences. I'm just trying to work out.
Yes, it's absolutely at the forefront of our minds as a team. It's identified clearly in the scope of the amendment. So at paragraph 32, we've said, look, what's in scope? clearly the desire, both from staff and from elected members, to improve design quality, and equally that we see that that's one of the key benefits that we're looking to drive. So when we look at benefits realisation at the end of the process, can we say we've got better design controls that's producing better urban design outcomes actually on the ground, and ones that respect heritage in place? That's absolutely a core part of this work.
And I note, final question for me, I note we're within the bounds of Hamilton City. With regard to the so-called new areas, when you say it's within the scope, so it wouldn't necessarily be the Golden Triangle north of K Road, which at the moment is 2045 until such time as the boundaries group, we negotiate with Waikato an earlier transfer. Have I got that right?
Yeah, so the amendment proposed and outlined by Councillor Hamilton would be if there's land outside of the city that transfers to Hamilton City between now and when we notify, if there's an opportunity as a result of the land transfer that we can include that land as part of the plan review and give it the right zoning and planning controls, then that becomes part of the scope, and that we will include
Does that just, because we've had a lot of experience with certain suburbs on the edges, on the other side of our city boundaries, which are suburbs but don't necessarily take the form we would like. Does that still give us scope, because in terms of the future proof, because inevitably within a period of time, both from Waipa and Waikato stuff will come across the boundary. And the point of this question, I'm just wanting to have contextually what kind of development we would like to see or have significant input into.
So in the areas that are in the strategic agreement already with Waikato District, R2 and HT1, those two areas, north of Ruakura.
And hopefully there's going to be when you get together, there's going to be a Waipa agreement evolving as well.
There is one evolving, and there's those two locations. Subdivision in there is a prohibited activity, so we're preserving those opportunities for large scale.
No, let's move on from that because you're almost
Sure,
getting into debate.
all I'm just giving notice to the chair. It'll be good for a briefing there, won't take too much time. The only other point is Tainui TGH, if they jump across the expressway, but again, that's got to be part of a strategic boundary agreement for us.
If that occurred, it would be picked up by that amendment.
Yeah,
and it's
okay.
straying a little bit into debate now. For my question.
No.
Again, I just ahead of my question, sorry.
Yep, and I want to go to you, then I've got Councillor Wilson, then I've got Councillor Van Oosten, and I just want your top two questions, please, because we're really straying off the path a bit. Off you go, Dave.
Okay. Yeah, the amendment does read like I think it did, which is right, because it actually, I have a bit of a problem. I want to ask you, Luke, with your answer. You're talking about the if land does transfer before the final, then we'll look at it. The amendment says, quite rightly, if there's land outside that may be going to transfer, we'll look at it. And that's how the amendment's worded, which is what I'm happy with the amendment. So I'm just asking you to rethink your answer, because there may be, the scenario I'm thinking of is that we are talking with a neighbouring council, and the commercial land at Ruakura outside the expressway is probably a very good example. We might agree with Waikato District that it's going to transfer, and in the meantime, before it transfers, we're doing some planning, district planning type planning for it, not just waiting until afterwards. So I'm just checking that the word that you are in fact reading the wording the same way that I am, that it's the exact point of handover is not going to trigger the work, that the work will be triggered by the need for development in that area, and it may, for legal reasons, have to involve a third party like the council currently in charge of that area, and it may be Point Lachlan.
Yep. I'm just looking at that wording.
Can we expand that a bit?
My eyesight must be getting worse, but that's better. The magic words there are for transferring during the duration of the project, but do we have the duration of the project defined anywhere?
So
I'm not sure that we do.
I take it as being up to notification, so when we notify the plan in amendments in 22, if land was to be transferred and we can include it in there prior to notification, then that becomes part of the scope. And the reason for that, Councillor McPherson, was the district plan applies to the boundary of Hamilton City Council.
Yeah, okay, I understand your argument, which is an argument that they teach at the university in Planning 101 or 201.
Questions,
But
Dave.
what I'm talking about, and what
No,
the,
you're
what the,
asking, what you're
hang on,
asking
what
is-
I'm asking about and what the motion's talking about is strategic planning. Which is what Martin was asking about.
Yep.
So you're planning to make sure that bits that are eventually going to come into the city at some stage because of some overarching agreement
can't hear the question
can be
here, Dave.
planned as part of our district plan, or at least in visits, even if they don't get enacted. There's some, one side of K Road is planned to urban
No,
standards,
Dave,
the
come
other
on, get
side's
to the question, please.
got cows in it, but we know, you.
Councillor
I
Christian.
want to make sure this is going to
Well,
allow us
I think
to do a bit of strategic planning.
So I think that the issue could be solved by simply deleting the words during the duration of the project, so that it simply reads, and further that there's two that's there, that the scope of the work also include, where possible, any land currently outside of the city boundary which would transfer to HCC. And where it is consistent with an agreed strategic agreement. So that doesn't put any time constraint on the transfer. It just means anything that is strategically within your sites should be captured within the work stream.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it doesn't identify what that
I'm happy with that,
is.
that as the move in.
Thanks. I did have another question relating to...
Will be a question though, right?
Eh?
Will be a question though.
That was a question.
No.
I'm following Councillor Gallagher's esteemed model. This one is it possible for us to, at an early stage, identify the policy changes that we want to enact in the district plan and have them start having an effect? And I'm asking it for a particular reason. In my back of my mind, we had a cross-city connector road, which included 5th Avenue, but our previous council allowed for developments right on up to the road edge, because we even though we had a policy...
Okay, question. I think the question's understood.
It didn't have a planning effect. I'm wanting to start that effect as soon as possible to, stop inappropriate development, let's say.
Let's have the answer to the question, please.
Can we do that as part of this exercise? Can we get a set of policies? It's, for instance, the intensification one Luke mentioned, that'll mean when people apply for plan changes.
My goodness, Dave, you're going to have the award for the longest round question.
Oh, no, I haven't finished yet.
Well, I mean, I'll let Luke answer it also, but my response to it would be we can accelerate elements of this if that is the strategic intent of council. So if there is something that you want to bring forward, we can deal with it. But of course, we're dealing with a pretty cumbersome instrument, which is the Resource Management Act. So you're going to have to deal with an accelerated small plan change to deal with those elements. Whereas what the option that's recommended, quite fundamental to the option which is recommended, is actually consolidating all of these various changes into one simple change that all happens at once. And so what you'd be suggesting is bringing some of that forward.
No, I'm not asking about that. I'm asking about in various planners that have passed 101 at the university.
Let's keep polite, please.
Hang on, various planners have said, they used the example 10% weighting will go on a policy change if it's in the, if you make a policy change ahead of a future district plan change.
Okay, this is getting into debate, and I'm going to stop that line of questioning
Well,
here.
hang on,
and also, Dave, I would appreciate it if you remain polite in your commentary with staff. Can you answer the question? You get the intent where he's going. No.
Well, yes, the way I'd answer it is that I think what Councillor Macpherson is alluding to is a weighting exercise between proposed provisions and operative provisions. And you're quite right, when it comes to resource consenting, if there is a set of proposed provisions which haven't yet become fully operative, the planning staff have to make a balancing between the proposed and the operative provisions. And it depends on how far through the consultation process those proposed provisions are. The 10% becomes 20, 50 and ultimately 80. So that weighting exercise that I've described, that exists, and that is still part of the Resource Management Act, and the PGU team would be obliged to conduct that weighting exercise as soon as there are plan provisions which have been publicly notified.
So can we identify some of those areas where council wants quick movement and get enough movement started to get the weighting starting to kick in?
Potentially, but it requires you to publicly notify. You'd need to move those provisions into an accelerated program. That could be done. If that's your will, that's no problem. We can implement that as part of the proposal.
Okay, thank you. I think that was a good question and clearly answered, and I'm going to go to
I was leading up to it.
I'm going to go to the questions of Councillor Wilson, who's probably lost the will to stay with us by now.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. Couple of questions, if I could. What portion of the 15 million is directly related to NPS consequences versus our own desire for variations under the current district plan?
Councillor Wilson, I'll have to come back to you with an exact proportion, but it's in year one, it would be, so year one, we're expecting about, I think it's about 3.4 million spend in year one, and I'd say about a third, at least a third, I'll give you the exact answer post today, but I'd say at least a third of the costs would be just on the NPS UD.
Thank you. In light of the fact that this is currently unfunded, and correct me if I'm wrong, isn't included in the targeted rates options, and since targeted rates and base rate leads us to roughly 11.3% rate increase, should we not have a specific targeted rate called government costs, self-imposed government costs, so that the people or the members of our community can understand the actual consequences of this piece of legislation?
I don't have a view on that, Councillor Wilson. I think that's a question for someone else in the organisation. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be cute. I just don't have a view on that.
So we will push that one to the councillors. We will push that question up to the very top for Richard to make a comment, quick comment, and then we're going to move on.
You can have that discussion in the next few days. That's always an option.
So add that into your bait, Councillor Wilson, and let's move forward. Any other questions? Any other questions, Ewan? No?
No.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Van Oosten.
Oh, golly, I am the last, but I was early signalling that. My question is with regard to the timing and the phasing of it, where you're proposing that we come in early of the deadline time. That's correct, isn't it?
It's correct with one part of the scope. So if you think of what are our obligations right now in terms of our planning program, there are plan changes that are underway. There's a private plan change, Rotokauri. We're doing work on Peacock. It's essential. And there's other plan changes that are underway which have been ratified by council. We've got resolutions endorsing staff to do that work, and that's underway. The National Planning Standards, the National Policy Statement for Urban Development requires us to do a big chunk of work by 2022. And then there's implementing the National Planning Standards, which is standardising our plan format, standard definitions, migrating to e-planning, the software that comes with that. That's got to be done by 2024. So the opportunity in terms of usability, in terms of efficiency, in terms of the customer experience, in terms of ease of use for staff and for our development community and for residents who want to just interact with us around development issues, is to actually bring forward that last chunk of work by 2 years.
Okay.
And that's the element that we're bringing forward.
All right, and in doing that, is there any risk that we're going to be putting unnecessary pressure on staff or setting any unrealistic timeframes?
Look, it is a challenge, undoubtedly, but we've looked at it pretty thoroughly, and which is why there's additional costs in here, around staff and bringing forward some of those costs, especially around the e-planning platform. I think it's something that we're going to monitor. If for whatever reason we think there's aspects of the scope that can't be delivered, that's something that we'll take to the subcommittee if the council agrees to its formation and report back on progress and look for scope amendments. But we've looked at it really closely and thoroughly over the last 3 months, and we think it's deliverable.
And you believe that there's adequate fat in the budget to allow for the kinds of specialist consultation that you might need to use, or collaboration with others?
Yeah, look, it's when we prepared the budget for this, we were conscious of wanting to do a great job for Hamiltonians and the level of change that potentially may be experienced as a result of having to give effect to the National Policy Statement for Urban Development. But balancing that with the cost burden that would bear to the organisation and to the ratepayer. I think we've struck that balance. So there's the budgets are decent, the contingencies are reasonable, but when we get into the latter phases of the projects, and once it's notified and we get into hearings and we get into court work, we're less certain about what that's going to look like. Like, I've benchmarked the costs of those based on the last review, but there's going to be some fundamentally different things in these set of amendments than what we did last time. And those costs around the hearing and the Environment Court, we've got very accurate records around what those look like. But until you get the submissions and you're into the hearings and then you understand the scope of those submissions and what comes in terms of any court work, there is a scenario where we might need to come back and go, we need more money. I'm not saying that is inevitable, but it's a possibility. But we've priced in here based on the last time we did this, which was a very thorough exercise and quite a step change in the planning framework. So there's elements in this scope here that we won't have to revisit because the RPS hasn't changed, and there's other things that we don't have to address because we did it 5 or 6 years ago.
So I'd like to move along. One more short question, because I know that we've had plenty of discussion and workshops. I don't mean to contain, but we've got quite a lot more to get through today, and goodness knows how much to get through tomorrow. So I'd like to crank it up. Just one more question, please.
So the last question is with regard to the bringing forward of the standardisation. Are there other councils that are doing that also that collaboration can happen with?
Yeah, so there's only 2 councils that have fully implemented the National Planning Standards and gone to the e-plan platform. So one's New Plymouth, the other one I think is Timaru. So no major city's done it yet. But the New Plymouth example and the Timaru one have both, I mean, while they're smaller councils, the compliance cost between what we need to do and what they need to do in terms of the software and the conversion is not dissimilar, and we're looking to use the same provider, and we're working with them around.
So the answer is where you can, yes, right? Perfect. That's what I wanted to hear.
Thank you. Thanks.
Sorry, Luke.
It's okay.
Luke.
I know we will have another chomp at this, and this is why I'm being a little bit hard on it. Mark.
Which pretty much, I think you might have actually just answered my question in that last statement. This same question as all the other ones, does this preempt any spending in the 10-year plan, this decision?
No, it doesn't, because it doesn't the resolutions don't specify any dollars at all.
Any dollars, great.
You have to do this work. The council must do this work. I'm seeking just really the scope
and the makeup of
and the committee, and the fact that we're invoking the JMA obligations. It doesn't say anything about the dollars that you need to spend.
And let's keep on board that we will be having further, as we go into this process, we'll be having further all of council briefings, and this is just to set the progress on, press the go button on it, right, on the project.
That's correct.
So in that respect, we're going to go, I've moved it and Dave seconded it. I actually want to talk to it because I think, as you say, it's not a project that's discretional. We have to do it. I think this sets up a good process for the discussion. All of the things that have been raised in some of the long questions today can be traversed in the process and talked about some gain. And I know there's some strong views, but I'm not going to take time up with that today. But I'll go to debate from others. Councillor McPherson.
Thanks. I'd like to thank you, Your Worship, for kindly allowing me to ask my long questions.
I might be less lenient tomorrow.
I think with the red addition that's in there and with Lachlan's refinement of that, we've got something that's a bit more game ready for the situation we're in now. If we just purely did standard district plan stuff, only looking at what's within Hamilton boundaries, we're going to miss some very needed opportunities. I think it's quite important we keep our eye on what is happening and is being proposed immediately around the city. I ideally would like us to have not a Hamilton City Plan, but a Hamilton and Waikato Metro Spatial Area District Plan. Technically, that is hard to do and have to have 3 councils doing it, I think, at the moment for something like that, which would be herding cats, I suggest at the moment, but it's something we do have to keep an eye on. It's the first toe in the water there. I think this council is going to have some discussions also about what the most important things to concentrate on. There are things the government's making us do, but there are some other things that we really need to do. We really need, if any of you want to have an effect on things like intensification along transport routes, we have to do some of that work really early. Otherwise, we're going to have all sorts of opportunities built out. And it's much harder to retrofit them later. We do still have new suburbs. We want to make sure they develop where they don't have to have retrofitting in 20 or 30 years' time. So that's the sort of, it's going to mean working on a lot of fronts all at once, I suspect, rather than one at a time. And when the reports come back to council, I'm going to be questioning the new chair of that committee as to make sure that they are working on the fronts that we need worked on, because without that, all your moans and groans about current development and infill and so forth in the city, we won't be able to satisfy them because we won't be in a position to do anything about them unless we're covering quite a few fronts. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Pascoe.
Thanks, Chair. And look, in my view, there's not a lot that we can do now to prevent this work stream. What I do have is a concern on the cost of the project to our ratepayers well in advance of the need for us to do a significant rewrite of the current district plan. I'm mindful in the next couple of days that we are looking at our long-term plan and a 10-year budget, and we have a previously unfunded OPEX cost of $15 million. And that $15 million equates to 3.75% of our annual rate revenue. So it is a significant amount. And then when we add to this, and this is a really greater concern than this project on its own, this is only one aspect of the compliance avalanche that's coming to us from central government. And I mentioned this last week at the Strategic Risk and Assurance meeting, and I tried to list all the ones I knew of, and I'll read them out again, but I'm sure I haven't got the full list. We've got NPS on fresh water. We've got the climate emergency. We've got the water regulator. Drinking water needs to be fully regulated by 2001. Then waste and stormwater by 2026. We've got RMA changes that we don't know about yet, but we know that they're coming. And goodness knows what else will flow out from government. And I'm sure that there will be many others to come. And all of these areas, in terms of our compliance and added compliance for us, even if we are already compliant in those areas, there's going to be some layer of additional compliance, is going to reflect directly on the cost to our ratepayers. So I do, and I'm not sure who mentioned about whether or not we can put these costs all together and have a targeted rate that reflects, these and ongoing compliance costs, so that at least our residents have an appreciation of a whole bunch of costs that we've got no choice as to whether we incur or not. So I am really worried about the cost, and I'm worried about all of the other compliance costs that are flowing through from these various central government directives. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gallagher.
Yeah, thank you. I certainly note the points made by Councillor Pascoe and Councillor McPherson. My presentation won't be quite as eloquent as both those because they raise really critical issues. So my message to the chair of this group and the deputy chair is what I'm looking for and to Luke and the team is a very strategic cross-reference to the realities of the Metro Spatial Plan. And for example, I'm told within 10 years by 2030, urban Hamilton, that's the bit within our technical boundaries, is roughly 200,000. But if we take the totality of Metro Spatial Hamilton Waikato, which includes Morrinswood, Te Amutu, etc., Tamahiri, and other Ngaruawahia, what are we looking at? We're looking at 350, 400, I don't know. So it's really important that, picking up Dave's point, that we have the discussion around the transport nodes, around the major opportunities. So it's not, so while we're designing urban planning for within our technical boundaries, hopefully, we do get some joined up thinking with Waipa and Waikato. So we have some, commonality, and I would hope that we are particularly referencing, the work that we're doing. Very excellent that the Commissioner from Tauranga obviously will be working with us through the consultants, because obviously, that's a major metro as well. So, again, want to look at some of the, some of the commonalities. I'm obviously put myself, thank you for agreeing to receive a junior councillor onto your committee, but I put myself there in part because I'm really into the character stuff. I know the rest of you are. And I think we have some really special places like Claudelands, Hamilton East, Steel Park, the Wellington Street Beach area. So I want to make sure that, notwithstanding the government policy statements and higher density, we do this right. Because what I don't want to say is, quoting Angela O'Leary, is the concrete jungles, and this is the member for Netherville test. Is what in the end is it going to look like? All right, so we can have all these proper, the proper sort of nice dialogue, but what will the member for Netherville and her compatriots and others see as a result of that and the outcome? So I'm really looking forward to this, and if it takes time and effort, because I think we do, with respect, hopefully, fingers crossed, have an opportunity to land something that I think will be good. Finally, if I can say, let's be also lateral about boundaries. With an open mind, I'm aware that TGH has possible aspirations for across the other side in the expressway. There are residential opportunities when they vacate planned industrial land. So there's all that stuff in the mix, but good luck, Ryan and Angela and Luke and team. I'm really looking forward to a comprehensive agenda when you set it.
Thank you. Councillor O'Leary.
Seen if the member from Netherville had text, but she hasn't yet. Look, I think I share the previous comments made, but just want to strongly support Councillor Pascoe's observations. Over the last several weeks, actually, I've been talking to people out in the community about the tsunami of costs coming through from the water reform. And someone asked me, well, exactly what is that increase in costs to the city going to be? And it's very hard to quantify. So I emailed David Bryant just to see if we actually kept a running total every time the government passes a new GPS and issues directives to us, or changes legislation, or changes or increases compliance, and we don't do that. That would be a really helpful exercise. I guess it's something for the Chair of Finance to possibly chase up next year. I'm assuming would be quite a bit of work, but I think that needs to start being in our conversation to the public, and something that certainly the Mayor can talk about when she meets with ministers, because if I can use Councillor Wilson's words, if we can have a quantum on that, I think that it would be eye-watering actually. If we knew. It's all very well to go out to the public and say that the Three Waters reform is going to be substantial, and not have a figure for that. So, I guess that's a request to the Chair of Finance and the General Manager, if something can be done to track that, even if we just start from next year. That would be incredibly helpful, because it's just getting, quite frankly, it's getting beyond a joke that the ratepayers are continuously asked to pay for these things, and that government continuously moves the dial and doesn't contribute. So, there we go. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. Look, I think the reality is these suite of NPS obligations that government is now landing at our feet have significant financial consequences, as everybody's articulating. I can't help but feel this latest tsunami of NPS is about as helpful as when National introduced the RMA. And the consequences and costs that were then thrown onto local government, and the repercussions we've been trying to manage ever since. I truly look forward to the meaningful discussion over the next few days when we can actually ring-fence these costs and go out to our community and say, this is a targeted rate. Don't blame us, have a chat to your local MP. The reality is, if we don't, then they get away with it every time. My final comment is a huge note of thanks to this committee that is going to manage this workload. Councillor Ryan and Councillor Angela, I have a feeling Councillor Angela may know the work level that's coming your way. Having lived through a couple of these in the past, Angela, you'll recall it is a mountain of work. And so I thank you in advance, Councillor Ryan and Councillor Ange, and your team, as you will be bogged down in this quagmire. And I thank you for your commitment to that process. And I can't help but feel Mayor Paula may owe you a rather large array of coffees over the next 2 years as you manage your way through this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
I just wanted to support the words of Councillor Angela and others around really highlighting the costs that central government have been putting on to local government. I think it's gone to the point where central government's expectations are just simply unrealistic. They want us to do all of these things and at the same time keep delivering enough development capacity to support housing affordability and growth, and yet we are heading up against debt ceilings. We're struggling to meet balancing the books requirements, and it just looks like it's just going to keep getting harder. So there has to be a point where central government kind of wakes up and realises that we need to be working more closely together rather than them continually dumping things on us and then walking away.
It sounds like we're getting into we might do this again tomorrow, this very same commentary. It's very pertinent. Councillor Hamilton, you're lucky last, I think.
Oh, thanks, Chair. Look, I'm sort of not sure what I'm sort of signed up for after hearing all this. I hold it with open hands and one hand on the parachute cord. But I note Councillor Ewan's thanks and support. And I also note the people around the table probably have more experience around this than I, so I'll be looking to glean off them and utilise their experience intensively. I do note the comments around border discussions, and I think it's prudent that we got that clause in there. And Councillor Martin and Dave are right in that whilst we have a mandate to look within the city boundary with the district plan, I think we've got to have one eye open, and where we can, and we've got very good relationships with our neighbours through our strategic governance committee meetings, and see where we can't try and align around those fringes, if not explicitly than at least in good faith, so that as we grow, we can have more of a seamless integration. So that's something I'd like to look at as we go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you to staff. Let's go to the vote.
Oh, sorry, Worship, the wording changed.
Oh, what, sorry. Take that away, please, the vote. There's just one word. One word. Councillors, it's really important that you understand because we've had a couple of near misses on votes today. Not going to go on to that, but
So the
just
highlighted in green.
so do you see at home the Zoom people? There's a additional May is the change.
It was wood.
It was would. It is now May. Has a that's on the advice of Lachlan. A move and second are happy with it. I don't think we want to re-debate the one word May, please. So we'll go to the vote now with the full understanding of everyone. And go.
The motion is carried unanimously.
And I'm sorry to do this to you, Julie, but we've been sitting a long time. I just need 10-minute break, get a cup of tea, something to eat, stretch, and then come back. Yep, thank you. Okay, councillors, we all want to go home and get prepared for tomorrow, don't we? I do. So let's just get through the last of this business straightforward. Please keep your questions to questions, because that's going to be in the best interest of us getting home to prepare for the long-term plan. Can people stop talking so that I can hear myself? Thank you. It's all about me, right? No. Okay, let's make some progress, as I say. So we're now up to Julie's item on page 242, community outcomes. Councillor Ryan will move. I'll second. I actually think it's. Oh, do you really want to talk to it? Because I think it's pretty straightforward. We've been over it. We've really gone into these outcomes. Any questions?
You've been holding us up all day.
I know. Any questions? There are none. So let's go into the debate if there is any. And I don't really want to debate. Do you, Ryan? Does anybody else? No.
I think so. Did you, Ryan?
Did you, Ryan?
Did you, Ryan, want to debate?
Well, you know, it's late in the day, and we've actually, all I will say on this is that it's a positive result, and as we all know, these are community outcomes that council have already well discussed, and let's look forward to working with them tomorrow. End of. Excellent. Let's go to the vote. Oh, Dave, no. Okay.
Dave?
Oh, come on, press your buttons, folks.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you for waiting.
Do not hold us up.
Recommendations from open committee meetings. The first one, Councillor Pascoe, would you like to move the financial strategy monitoring report? Okay, are there any questions on that? No. Okay, you want to talk to them? Okay, we'll go to the vote on that one, please.
One question.
Hmm?
One question was just with the National City Strategy, was that something that's recommended or just simply adopted?
What's the status of we adopted it's adopted the strategy, so that
doesn't need to come to full council as a recommendation?
No, it doesn't. No.
Okay.
Delegated authority. That's what I thought.
Just on these, this is, you're taking the finance and strategic risk of it?
No, I was just taking the finance one at this point.
Yeah, but to be confirmed following the above meeting, my thing, I can't have a highlight where I go to the recommendation. Where's that?
Pardon?
I just be patient because obviously I'm having a pathway issue with my brain, but it's just I'm on page 249, right? Oh, okay. Is it on the print?
Yeah, it's on the print, which is the on.
Notes as to. Oh, I see. Endorsement. I see. So you've actually got the recommendations on this paper version. And right, okay, sorry, thank you.
Okay, so we've just done the first one.
Yeah, no, that's
Martin.
fine. Obviously, it was right across that.
Okay, so we're going to the vote on the first one, the first set, not the strategic risk and assurance at this point. Yes, please.
That's the finance only.
Yep. No, it's just the finance. We're going
Finance, because I've got a question on
Yep,
risk.
just the finance one.
Yeah.
Are we waiting on the votes? We've got one. No, we're all right on Zoom. As everyone, Dave, press, please.
He's a new councillor.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you. Okay, that brings us on to Councillor Pascoe, Strategic Risk and Assurance Committee, December the 4th. You moving? Are you seconding, Councillor Van Oosten? And then we'll go into questions. Pardon? Oh, sorry. Okay, thank you, Councillor O'Leary. Question, Councillor Gallagher.
Yeah, because obviously I acknowledged the workshop the day before, but not being a member, as the chair very, I assume correctly, reminded me I'm not a member of that committee, which is obviously fine. I just want to perhaps to Councillor Pascoe in terms of A and B, because this is a fight.
Can you put that up on the screen, because I haven't got it here either, so
There is a second part to this.
Yeah,
that
notes that it
a
will come back.
report
I mean, this is,
will come back.
what I have is it notes the strategic risk endorsement mitigations relating to the council's contribution to the regional theatre as outlined in the proposed funding deed between council and regional property trust attachment to the report, and notes that a report will come back to a future meeting of the council for consideration and execution of the final funding deed, and not wanting to line you up at all, but in your finance chair capacity, because this is purely around the issue of finance, funding and risk, are you comfortable, you know, because I'm not a member of the risk committee, and are you comfortable as a result of the appearance of Momentum Trust representatives who very politely and skillfully answered all the questions, that we're on the right track? And I'm not in any way wanting to, I'm very supportive of the project. This is just our due responsibility.
I can report very briefly, Mayor Paula, in answer to Martin's questions, that we have had a small group working, comprising myself, Deputy Mayor Taylor and Councillor Bunting, working with Sean and with Tompkins Wake to develop that funding agreement. And that funding agreement has gone backwards and forwards between Tompkins Wake and the lawyers acting for Momentum. This has been happening over a number of months, and what we've got back now is the agreed funding agreement. So I think that the next step is that will then come to council for signature.
So,
and I'm comfortable with the steps that we are following, or that we will follow in future, that we will be paying over the funds as and when the work on the theatre build is being undertaken.
So procedurally, when it comes to council for the signature, obviously there's an opportunity for any elected member to clarify any points and do the deep dive as necessary.
That's what I believe, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's your understanding also, is it, Richard?
So it was just more of a procedural process. They went to the Strategic Audit and Risk Committee to ensure that committee would focus on risk, had done its due process. From this point forward, it comes through to council, and every aspect associated with the funding agreement is fully up for debate and discussion with the elected wing, with the confidence knowing that it's gone through this process.
Thank you. Can we put the recommendation up again just to make sure that both A and B are there, because I didn't see them. And meanwhile, I'll take a question from Councillor Wilson.
Can't hear you.
You're on mute. Ewan, you're muted. You're on mute, Ewan.
So I am. Sorry. I'm struggling to find the attached monitoring report for both A and B. It's not in diligence. Do you have some paper that we on Zoom don't have?
Apologies, Councillor Wilson, that was an oversight on our part. We will send you through the wording very shortly.
And the attachment was attached to the original agenda of the meeting, strategic risk and audit, right?
Yep, but we'll send you through the actual, just so you've got it on hand. It should have been attached to the...
It should have been attached, but it was actually part of the original...
Margaret and I and Cash are at a bit of a disadvantage. We actually can't see what we're being asked.
It's just about to come up on the screen share in just one moment. But the proposal was, of course, in the original document for the strategic risk meeting. So can you see that now, Ewan, Margaret? Okay, give you a minute to digest that.
Yes, I can.
Thank you. Any other questions, Ewan, on the basis that now you see it?
No.
I can assist Councillor Wilson if he wants to find the agenda for the Strategic Risk and Audit Committee. It's page 191 of the agenda, is the start of the funding deed.
That's page 191 is funding deed.
And that's under committees on diligent, yeah.
Right. Oh, right. On the.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. It's been moved. It's been seconded. We've had a few questions. we'll go into debate if there is any. No, there is none. So,
I'm going to be very diplomatic and tactful.
sure.
I observed the Strategic Risk Committee and I totally accept I'm not a member of that committee, but it was interesting to observe it from afar. And I really am great. I'm really, my mind is put at great ease that the Chair of Finance has informed me of the work that he's doing with the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Bunting as colleagues, because this is a really crucial aspect. I think, not wanting to plagiarise Councillor Pascoe's terms, but he has reminded me from time to time that this one is a bit like the bank. You know, what would a bank do in this circumstance? There's nothing to do with whether we think the project's a wonderful thing for the city, which it is. This is about our fiduciary responsibilities, and I really hope that the representatives of Momentum thoroughly and 110% understand that we have to do and required to do this stuff to make sure that we put beyond any reasonable doubt risks and that kind of thing, and hopefully, and so certainly are looking forward to that document, you know, coming back to council, and without in any way reintroducing any other issue of debate. It's really important that we actually finalise this until other things happen. Okay. Yeah, but thank you for. I do acknowledge my 3 elected colleagues over there for the work that you've been doing on our behalves. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I now wish to speak just to in the debate, and
Okay.
that is to perhaps just clarify with Councillor Gallagher, but the funding agreement will need to come back to council no later than February, because that is when I understand the work will start, and I guess we'll get an account from Momentum at the end of February or March for the first month's funding requirements. So there will be some urgency, and I'll make sure that we get it back in time for the first council meeting of 2021. But just bear in mind that the funding agreement sets out to mitigate our risk, and I think it does it in a way that it identifies where the potential commercial risks are in the build period of funding, and we are making sure that we align our payments to the actual completion of the work on the theatre, as will the other funders, the other local funders will want to coattail on us to make their payments in alignment with ours. So while it's not risk-free, totally risk-free, I think we've mitigated what we believe to be the commercial risks around the build period.
Okay, I think Ewan would also like to enter into debate now. Is that correct?
No, Mayor Paula.
Okay, thank you. Just little hands up, that's all. Okay, thank you, everyone.
Sorry about that, I've removed it now.
That's all right. Okay, let's go to the vote, please. Multi votes. Dave, vote. You should bring your sleeping bag otherwise.
The motion is carried, noting that Councillor Wilson is dissenting on Zoom.
Okay, thank you. I move that we move into resolution to exclude the public. Moved by me, seconded by Deputy Mayor Taylor. All in favour? Opposed? Carried. Just give the chance for the